sector. But before we celebrate excellence in banking tonight, we will delve into the forces shaping its very future. From India's dynamic fintech revolution to the evolving role of banks in driving economic growth, our discussions will explore how the sector can fuel the nation's ambitions. We're all set to begin, but would first like to extend our gratitude towards our partners, our banking and tech innovation partner, Nucleus Software, our knowledge partner, KPMG, and our hospitality partner, Sofitel Mumbai, BKC. I think our partners do deserve a round of applause to get the evening started. Thank you very much indeed. We're all set for our first session, which is Banking in Bharat and Beyond, the next chapter. How can the banking sector support India's dreams? Well, there's absolutely no one better to discuss these ambitions than Mr. Dinesh Khara, former chairman of the State Bank of India. Under his leadership, SBI strengthened its position as India's banking powerhouse, driving financial inclusion and digital transformation. So let's give him a huge round of applause. Welcome, sir. Please join us on stage. I also request the editor of Business Today, Mr. Siddharth Zarabi, to join us and lead this conversation.
Thanks very much, Radhika, and a very warm welcome to all the assembled audience here and those who are tuning in live and watching us across Business Today's various platforms. Mr. Khara, very warm welcome to you, and I want to begin by letting the audience know and extending congratulations for Mr. Khara's appointment as the chairperson of a very important committee that's been set up to review India's insurance laws. You would recall that the budget has announced 100% FDI in insurance, and consequently some legislative work needs to happen. Before I go into the macro banking questions, maybe just a word or two from you on what is this entire exercise aimed at, and what will come of the insurance reforms committee that you are heading.
Thank you very much, first of all, for having me on this event. Well, when it comes to this new committee which has been constituted to review the insurance law was due for updation or amendment. So essentially the committee's role is to review the key parameters with a very clear intent: how can we offer insurance for all by the year 2047. So which actually means that the scale up of the insurance sector has to happen, which also means that there is a need to understand the felt insurance needs of the people who have remained uncovered, because when it comes to the insurance penetration, it continues to be low, and how can we improve the penetration, which means that the distribution structure needs to be revisited, the licensing, the capital requirement, and etc. All these things needs to be relooked into. So with that in mind, this committee has been constituted, and it has got the representation from the insurance sector, from the regulatory point of view. There is a representation from the regulators also, and also I've been assigned this responsibility. So I think I expect that we should be in a position to do a reasonably decent job.
By when is the report likely?
We have been given a mandate of 12 weeks.
All right, so that's pretty good. I know there will be more news flow in 3 months. Let me come back to the banking point. And Mr. Khara has been a lifetime banker. He has helmed the State Bank of India, not just India's largest bank, but amongst those banks that are respected globally for the size and scale. And during his tenure, not just traditional banking, but also SBI's forays into the technology-led world of banking. But Mr. Khara, I want you to begin by telling us about your thoughts on the whole process of reforms that has been ongoing for our banking sector, and that needs to continue to contribute to bringing India's economy to a $5 trillion target. You've been a practitioner. Now as a former state banker, what would you say needs to be done to meet that target from a banking perspective?
Well, banking, to my mind, is always a proxy to the real economy. And because it's a proxy to the real economy, much of it depends upon how the real economy performs. But yes, of course, we have seen the journey of India and how it has moved up and how it has become one of the top 5 economies. So naturally, to address the economic needs, the banks have to keep on evolving it and also keep on offering the solutions. So while doing so, they have been consuming when it comes to the digital public infrastructure which has got created in the country. I think it has really made the life easier for the banks in terms of carrying out some of the operational activities, and also that is one of the reasons why the banks could actually scale up much better and at a much faster pace also. So I think I would say that from the point of view of this is what it comes to when it comes to adoption of technology, but at the same time, you know, the regulatory environment has also kept on changing with the passage of time to ensure that the environment in which the banks are operating, banks should stay insulated from the potential risk. There is an adequate appreciation of the risk culture in the bank. There is adequate appreciation of the compliance culture. It's actually, I would say that it is not that it's only a journey. It keeps on improving with the passage of time. And the only requirement is the bank should keep pace with the times. Bank should keep on looking at what's happening new and how can it be absorbed within the operations. So eventually, I would say that these are the reasons why today banking stands on a much different pedestal as compared to what it was way back in 2016-17. So I think the banks have very well adopted how they need to stay focused on the risk and how they need to manage it. Of course, at times it is said that it's a cyclical industry, but I would say that if at all the fundamentals or the principles are very well understood, then perhaps there is always an effort on the banks to stay ahead of the curve and remain relevant, and also it remains on very sound footing as well.
Mr. Khara, barring the State Bank of India, there is no other Indian bank which is amongst the top 50 globally. Scale, depth and corporate governance will be critical for banks to continue to raise capital to be lenders for India's massive development, whether it is infrastructure or consumption needs. Two parts to the question. Do you see a future where there will be other banks in the top 50, top 25, including for SBI? And second, the journey towards achieving scale and higher corporate governance, how long will it continue to be?
I think when it comes to one among the top 50, there is one important aspect which perhaps cannot be ignored. When it comes to the Indian bank's balance sheet, they are all denominated in rupee. And when it comes to the global ranking of the banks, it is all in terms of the US dollar. So actually one of the important component is the rupee dollar parity also. So if at all you start evaluating the size of the banks or their reckoning in the league table on the purchasing power parity basis, perhaps there would be many more who would, as it is, feature into that. But nevertheless, having said that, now your question is that how can, whether it will be a situation where others will also come in. Well, of course, I think when it comes to the growth of the bank's balance sheet, you have rightly mentioned that unless and until there is a capital, they will not be in a position to grow. So here is a situation where there is an effort on the part of banks to improve their operating leverage and also the financial leverage. So I think once we are in a position to blend both in terms of improving the operating leverage and the financial leverage. And also I would like to add one more, which is actually the technology leverage. So I think once this is achieved, I'm sure we would actually get to see many more banks coming into this top league table also.
Uh, the budget for FY24 had spoken about amendments to certain critical banking laws. For example, the Reserve Bank of India Act, or the Act of Banking Companies Acquisition and Transfer of Undertakings Act. Banking is obviously the bridge for Viksit Bharat. In your experience and standing as a banker, public sector banker of 4 decades and more, what is the legal or regulatory framework changes that are required to allow Indian banks to do a much better job?
Well, I think, as I mentioned, that banks are proxy to the real economy. And because we have seen that the economy is evolving at a very fast pace, there are many new players who have come into play. And also, how can we integrate, how can we create a very stable ecosystem around? That is one of the needs. And today, banking is no more what the banks does. Actually, banking is one of the important component of the ecosystem, and how well the ecosystem performs will actually define the efficiency of the bank also. So I think these are some of the realities which have undergone a change. At the same time, when it comes to the one of the major amendment which has been brought in is in terms of one of the major amendment which has been talked about is in terms of the nomination, the number of nomination, the way it is there for for newer instruments like when it comes to the mutual fund, etc. The similar kind of nomination rules were not permissible in case of banks. So all that is getting addressed. So I think essentially I would say that this is a very welcome step to ensure that wherever there is a need for any amendment, through this statement in the budget, it has been acknowledged that there is a felt need and it will be looked into.
Will further consolidation, there's been one big round of consolidation in the public sector banking space in the last decade or so. Is further consolidation required, and will it help ensuring that banking services become even better?
See, for an economy of our size, there is a scope for banks of all sizes. If at all it's a smaller one, then probably they can carve out a niche in which they can become very, very efficient. So essentially, there's a need for efficient players. I think size is material and important, but at the same time, there is a room for some of the niche players as well. So I think, to my mind, when it comes to the consolidation has to be seen from the point of view that if at all, it actually brings in what is complementary, and also it gives newer muscles to the post-merger entity, then perhaps it is worthwhile, because invariably at any acquisition or any consolidation, there is always some kind of a pain. So the pain is worth taking if at all there is a gain eventually. So without gain, is it worthwhile to take the pain? Is a matter of debate.
What will the bank of the future look like in India? Will it be a digital beast? I ask you this question because over the last several years, we have seen new companies in the Fintech space bring amazing speed to the customer. Digital KYC, Aadhaar, the Jam Trinity, all of that have helped. For public and private sector banks, they had legacy systems, so they took time to change. But it is now clear that all banks also have massive investments in technology. Given this, what will the bank of the future look like, let's say, maybe 5 years down the line, Mr. Khara?
Well, when it comes to the bank of the future, when we draw some kind of a parallel from the developed economies, we still see the relevance of the branch banking or the physical banking. When we look around India as an economy, we have a rural sector. How well it will evolve, we need to wait and watch. And also we will have a demographic scenario where we will have the young, old and middle-aged population. But adoption of the technology by all this customer segment and also the penetration of the digital network across will probably define how the banks will look like. But to my mind, I think the way I have seen in last about 40 years or so, we have moved from absolutely purely physical to the phygital stage. And today also, when we look at the volume of transactions which are being handled through the digital mechanism by the banks have gone up multiple times. It would be as high as about 90% plus. But there is still the relevance of the physical locations. But yes, what will be the shape of those physical branches? That might undergo a change. It will become merely the sales and service hub, because I would say that 25 years from now, perhaps we will have a situation where hyper-personalization or customization will be the way forward. And for that to really happen, one, of course, we will be in a position to draw upon the analytics and the behavioral aspect from the data. But nevertheless, it will perhaps involve a very personal engagement also. So, in fact, the usual complaint which you have seen from the developed nations and the banks which are operating in those developed nations, the customers keep on complaining that we don't get to hear the voice of a human. We always get to hear the voice of a Siri. So I think this is a reality which we cannot ignore. I'm sure there would be enough room and space for the physical operations also. So Phygital, I would say, would be the future banking. But yes, of course, when it comes to banks will probably go beyond the pure play banking. They will get into advisory. They will get into more and more customer-centric approaches, and they will probably offer the whole gamut of financial services, may not be confining themselves to the banking products only. And this is something which I believe is likely to be the scenario. But when it comes to whether they will offer product beyond the financial sector, as of now, the regulation does not allow that to happen. But yes, of course, I think the way regulations and the acts and the everything is changing, maybe with the passage of time, when there is a felt need, when so many other players would like to sweat the kind of distribution network which has been created over all these years, maybe one can actually experience something which would be aligned or ancillary to the financial sector, may also be serviced through the banks in those 25 years plus.
Since we are talking about regulation, does India need more banks? Is there a need for more banking licenses to be given out, given the size of the economy and the size of the population that has to be served?
I think I would draw a parallel to the year 1990, when the new private sector banks came into existence. So if you really ask, at any point of time, there would be limited scope for the newer entities. But newer entities, if at all they are coming in, they actually have to offer the value-add services which are not being offered currently. And that is something which actually makes the incumbent players also to think out of box, and that is something which always brings in more and more competition, and which is eventually in the interest of the customer. So I think if we look at the size of the economy and the number of banks, perhaps when it comes to raising capital, investors always look at the ROA and the ROE, And from that point of view, the ability of the banks to support the growing economy depends upon the ability of the banks to raise the capital and the deposits and to service the customers according to where the need is. It is also a reality that when it comes to investment into risk, when it comes to investment into compliance, when it comes to investment into technology, these are the areas where banks will have to keep on increasingly invest. So I think much of it will depend upon the muscle of those newer entities in terms of their ability to raise capital. That is going to define whether I would say that there is always a room for the newer players and they can always come in, but they will have to bring in something new which will actually bring in a change into the whole ecosystem.
Since you spoke about the ability to raise capital, I don't know how many in our audience know that there's been a sharp fall in private equity funding in the fintech space in the last couple of years. Traditional banks have closed the gap in terms of technology, and regulatory arbitrage, which had a factor, is perhaps now not a thing of the past. Is there a possibility of a scenario like we have seen in several other sectors that old incumbents take time to respond, but eventually once they get their act together, they create a situation where newer entrants find it very tough to survive? And added to that, should there be some amount of fair play regulation in ensuring that newer entrants also survive along with behemoths like State Bank of India and other banks?
No, I think the way I look at this is that it's not an either or situation. Actually speaking, it's a situation of collaboration. And the larger entities can always consume the solutions offered by maybe the technology service providers. And today, when it comes to their ask, it is actually increasing every day. And with the increasing focus for leveraging analytics, for increasing focus for becoming more and more customer centric, I think there is a ample scope for these newer entities also to really support the banks. And when you talked about whether banks will be in a position to newer entities will be in a position to support their capital requirement, I would say that even in some stages, even banks also have got some capital, and you would have seen that some of the private sector banks have actually invested into some of the technology companies. So I think this is going to be the newer reality, newer norm. And why only the newer private sector players? Even the incumbent public sector players also have got their technology arms which they have actually set up many years back. So I would say that it's going to be a collaborative approach. All these players in the ecosystem are very important. And actually speaking, today with the kind of risk which is there in the banking system, I would say that the risk of the banking system will be defined in terms of the risk-taking ability of the lowest common denominator in the whole ecosystem.
As we speak, one of the big challenges for our banking system in India has been the battle for deposits. We've seen the recent slackness in deposit growth, and many people say that it's a structural change that is happening in the market. People, instead of going in for fixed deposit, are investing in various stock market instruments. The credit deposit ratio has obviously felt the impact. But the question I have for you is it time to relook the cash reserve ratio? Because many people say, Mr. Khara, that it is nothing but dead weight as far as the banks are concerned.
See, I tell you, when it comes to the deposit, there is a statistics which is available which talks about when it comes to the composition of the bank deposits. As far as the retail deposit component is concerned, it has come down from about 63% to about 61% over a period of from 2018 to 2024. The major shift has actually come in the government deposit, which used to be somewhere around 14% of the banking system deposit. It has come down to about 9%. And At the same time, the corporate deposits have gone up to about 18% from about 10%. So this is how the scenario has changed. So I think when it comes to deposit, I think what has happened is that because government deposit used to be kept in the current account, or maybe that was one of the reasons why the CASA was looking better. So now, thanks to the just-in-time adoption of the government, that kind of float is not available. So that is one of the reasons why this kind of a scenario is actually, it has evolved. The other very important factor is that, when it comes to the M0 growth has come down significantly. It is somewhere around the range of 5%. So M0 multiplied by the multiplier effect actually gives that M3. That is how it works. So now in this particular situation, what has happened is that since M0 has grown only 5% because there was a very clear focus in terms of containing the inflation as far as the central bank was concerned. So these are some of the factors which have led to the kind of scenario which we have seen for the deposit. Now, I think when it comes to the customer's behavior in terms of choice of asset class, it will keep on changing depending upon how the markets are operating. Where do they see the certainty of the yield, certainty of the returns? They will actually go for that. I think that aspect we probably cannot really control much. So as far as deposit is concerned, this is something which is actually giving the clear perspective in terms of what has happened to deposit. Having said that, I would say that deposit and the credit is almost growing at about 11%, 10% kind of a number. Perhaps once the inflation, the way this trajectory is, it is coming down, and inflation gets addressed, maybe the ability of the RBI to pump in more M0 will also be there, and which will actually give rise to the deposit which will be available. So having said that, I think banks have to look at it in a manner that deposit is something which is more like a franchise for them. Okay. So they have to offer it, and even for the customers also, it will continue to be a static component of one component of their total asset allocation. Whether it remains in favor of or otherwise, deposit will remain part of their holdings. So I think to that extent, of course, banks have to remain relevant. Banks have to try and see that how best they can offer the services to the customers, and they can address their customers' need. So that is something which, this is how they will have to really operate.
You know, there was as I conclude this conversation, one quick final point. There was a lot of demand that there should be tax relief on interest earned on fixed deposits. That did not happen, but a massive tax break has been given up to 12 lakh. In your reading, because this is the Business Today Banking and Economy Summit, I have to ask you that final question. What is the likely economic impact, and do you really expect a significant consumption booster?
Well, this tax break will actually generate about 1 trillion odd money, and depending upon the demography, generally we have seen in the past the MPS is somewhere around 0.50, if at all. That is the kind of a situation. So about 50,000 crore worth of money should be saved, and the remaining 50,000 crore can be spent. So to that extent, it will actually help in terms of improving the deposit growth, and also to some extent addressing the challenges of the unsecured credit which we have seen in the past. So I think that is something where it will get deployed. The other 50,000 crore which will be essentially going for the consumption, that will certainly give a boost to the growth in terms of the GDP also. But nevertheless, I would also like to highlight that, of course, it has not been talked about much. In this budget, there is a talk about giving 50 years interest-free soft loan to the state governments, and we have seen in the analysis that it was actually the state governments and the central government did not spend money for infrastructure creation. That is something which has led to the lower growth in the second quarter, which was about 5.6%. So I think, to my mind, infrastructure, the way we have seen infrastructure, the multiplier effect of the infrastructure spending is as high as from 2.8 to as high as to 4 times. So I think with the kind of focus on infrastructure spending at a center level, and also a push for spending at a state government level, there is going to be a huge push for the growth in the GDP. So I think that is one of the reasons why the early indications, of course, we are waiting for the GDP numbers as on 28th February, but we are quite hopeful that we should be crossing, we should be somewhere around 6.5 as far as the GDP growth number is concerned. So I think with the kind of spending for infrastructure which will be seen through the central level and also from the state government level, we will actually get to see significantly higher impact in terms of the GDP growth in the days to come. And of course, this money which has been spared through the in the taxation, that will also supplement the growth of the GDP.
Mr. Khara, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us and headlining the first session of the Business Today Banking and Economy Summit. Thank you very much for your time with us today. A round of applause for Mr. Khara.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Khara, and your thoughts do give us optimism about the positive changes yet to come in the Indian banking sector. Thank you very much, sir, and thank you, Siddharth, for posing those very relevant questions to Mr. Khara. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I just want to extend our gratitude once again to our sponsors, our banking and tech innovation partner, Nucleus Software, our knowledge partner, KPMG, and our hospitality partner, Sofitel Mumbai, BKC. Siddharth asked this question about fintechs to Mr. Khara, and I think you will all agree with me when I say that fintech is no longer just a disruptor. It's the driving force behind a more inclusive, more efficient, and tech-driven banking ecosystem. Now, as we step into Fintech 2.0, the question is, what comes next? In the session that we are getting ready for, we will explore how innovators are reshaping finance, they're bridging gaps and bringing banking to every Indian. They're making banking more inclusive, and all this is happening as they traverse the regulatory framework in India and a slowdown in funding as well. We have three brilliant speakers joining us today on this topic. I'd like to begin by inviting on stage Prashant Muddu, MD and CEO, Jokata. Please join us on stage, sir. A warm welcome also to Mr. Gunit Chadda, founder, APAC Financial Services. And our thanks also for Ms. Upasana Thakur, co-founder and CFO MobiKwik, who's joining us for this session as well. Chairing this session is the brilliant Sakshi Batra, Senior Associate Editor and Anchor, Business Today. Let's give our panelists a big round of applause as the session begins. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Radhika. Thank you so much, everyone, for being with us here this afternoon. We've already had a kickstart on a bright and positive note. Let's hope to take this forward. Thank you so much, Mr. Khara, for sharing all those wonderful insights on the banking system. And we are going to be talking about the new age banking, the fintech space now with brilliant speakers. Now, as all of you know, that India is hailed as the third largest fintech startup ecosystem in the world, which makes it the fastest growing sector also in India. We are growing at a rate of 30% plus CAGR, and we are home to over 7,000 fintech firms across various industries as well. And most of them have actually come in over the last few years, last 5 to 6 years odd. So that's the kind of pace that we've seen. It's everywhere around us in every form that we can actually think of. Now, what we want to, of course, understand from our brilliant set of panelists today, who've actually seen this journey through of how the fintech world has evolved from traditional banking to into this new avatar. And we want to know what's next. What will Fintech 2.0 really look like? what is the shape and form that it is going to take, and how is it really going to change and impact our lives. We've seen it with UPI, but let's see how many more things are going to be as revolutionary as the UPI. Thank you so much, dear panelists, for being with us. I'll start off with Upasna, you, and I want to understand from you, you've actually been a critical part of the first 10 years of the fintech industry. You've seen it grow from absolutely a nascent stage. You've been a part of it. You've learned from mistakes. You've actually improvised on a day-to-day basis as you've seen things. Tell us, what are the possibilities that we can imagine fintech 2.0 driving in over the next 10 years from here on?
So firstly, it's wonderful to be here in such august company. So thank you so much for having me. I think you're right when you say that, fintech in India is, it was not even a keyword when I started. In 2009, fintech as a keyword did not exist. At that time when we were getting started, people used to say, "Acha, digital payments kuch kar rahe ho," like that. So I think it's an amazing thing that today, at least 400 million Indians are actively using payments digitally and across all kinds of, apps and form factors. So I think payments is sort of the least common denominator in terms of fintech disruption that this country has seen. But if you think about it, after that, whether it is credit, whether it is access to insurance, access to savings and investment products, less than 10% of India is actively able to use these products. So there is a long way to go. And I know what I'm saying is very basic. What I was trying to then say that while we have seen some successes in the form of, let's say, a Grow or a Zerodha from a broking perspective, or we have seen Policy Bazaar and others from an insurance perspective, but all of these platforms are not serving 400 million Indians yet. So far, they're only serving the top 100 million Indians. And when I think about India, India is like, there's India 1, India 2, India 3, India 4. I think now that we are here, going forward, I think fintech companies in India are going to go after, let's say some companies will only go after India 2 in a category. Some companies may only go after India 3. So I think we will see more specific and niche plays rather than just a very large universal play, because I don't think one size fits all. And of course, with AI and, data becoming so powerful, I do believe that there's going to be far more innovative disruption rather than just providing a very basic and fundamental service like a payment service or a QR code, etc. in the market. So that's sort of how I think that it's going to be a very exciting time. You're talking about 7,000 startups. I think that if India can have 100 plus banks, then India must have 100 plus large scale fintechs also in the next 10 years.
Okay, 100 plus large-scale fintech companies. Let's hope that we see that. We'll come to that as well. But I want to understand from you, Prashant, and something that even Upasna mentioned, that, AI and the new technologies that are surrounding us in every space. Do you think Fintech 2.0 will be ruled by how these technologies are able to evolve, make it more easier for people to access fintech, right now, which Upasna also said that only the first surface has been reached through beyond the banking space. Do you think this AI, machine learning, new technologies will be able to, help or assist fintech companies in the present avatar to really reach that last mile?
Hi. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for having me. No, I definitely think, if you were to describe fintech 1.0, it's largely, what Upasna talked about, Mr. Khara talked about, where the rails have been laid, right? We have UPI, we have the account aggregator framework, we have the digital public goods on which the country is building on, which means that all of these platforms are getting a lot of data. And I think, you mentioned artificial intelligence. We're just starting out there, because now that the data is becoming available, a lot of people are looking at how do you make sense of such a large amount of data and drive innovation towards that, right? For example, a simple thing is a bank statement today through the account aggregator framework. We get the raw information. I think the real challenge is going to be in how much we can squeeze out of that raw information. It's just not a question of, maybe credit and debit and some analysis, so to speak, but can I go deeper? Can I create a behavioral score? Can I look at clusters of what you are saying, whether it's 1, 2, 3 segment population, and can I get some intelligence and insight out of that on which I can offer a financial product. And I think it's going to get to that level. And I think machine learning and AI will significantly power some of that. And we've seen all the large financial institutions and the fintechs invest heavily in this space. We know we are investing heavily in this space. Our behavioral scores are used by several financial institutions to be able to make a decision in terms of a profile of business behavior or a so I think FinTech 2.0 is really going to push down that way, is to make more sense of that data using some of this newer technology. It's just that I think right now the technology is really new. A lot of people, we don't necessarily have the skill set even at a large scale to be able to employ that. As in India, previously we had a lot of people used to do, it didn't matter what degree you did a 1-year course and you came and then you became a computer engineer. I think we're going to get a lot of AI engineers like that, which, and so it's really going to take some amount of work before we come up with these really solid, robust solutions, which is where I think fintechs can play a role.
Okay, interesting. I'm going to come to you, Mr. Chadha. You have the most, experience on the panel here with the way you've seen the banking industry very, very closely, and now you're building NBFC. And something that Mr. Khara also mentioned, that Phygital is the new word, and you are both in the physical as well as the digital realm as well. I want to understand from you, how do you really see the next 5 to 10 years shaping up for FinTech 2.0? There was this initial fear that will fintechs become so powerful as to replace banks? I know Mr. Khara is right here, but do you think this space has that power to replace traditional banking completely with the advent of technology and the way it's going to be shaping up?
Yeah, thanks. I fully agree with Mr. Khara when he said that Phygital is the new forward here. I think India has an unbelievable opportunity in leveraging the physical infrastructure which has been created over multi-decades, and now what's happened in the digital infrastructure which has got created in the last 5 years, right? And I fully agree with the two of my co-panelists as well, that the world is going to be extremely different over the next decade as far as digitization is concerned, as far as fintechs are concerned. But let's understand that today when we see at least the lending fintechs, because as a previous banker and now founder of an NBFC, in the lending space we've seen fintechs operating much more in the urban spaces, much more with prime customers, much more with small ticket loans. But when it comes to the more difficult to do business, which is where at least APAC Financial is focused on, which is in the MSME space, in the semi-rural areas, in the larger ticket sizes, I just find that an omni-channel presence is, it's quintessential actually, right? And I was speaking with one of my friends, Falguni, who runs Nika, and we were just chatting a couple of evenings ago. And if you see, whether it's Lenskart, whether it's Nika, you can think of them as being operating in the non-physical infrastructure, but they are building stores as much as we are building our digital platforms here. So I think there is convergence. There was a mention previously also by Siddharth, I think about whether it's the death of the physical providers. I don't think so. At least we believe that if you want to operate in the more difficult to do business, in semi-rural, in new to credit, that customer needs to be educated. And I think being in the physical space allows you to provide better fair practices and education to the customer. And as the customer gets into the digital space, of course, then it becomes even better with the fintech tools and everything else. I also think that, of late there has been comments around fintechs having run out of the cash, I think if you have to really think about it, it's not because of the technology platforms, it's because some of them had poor business models, as simple as that, right? Some of them just had poor business models and were never going to accrete their profitability in spite of how much customer acquisition they have. But there'll be more successful fintechs, right, out there. But equally, there'll be more successful Phygital providers of credit as well. And I think the two go hand in hand.
I also want to take that point forward with Upasna. And I wanted to ask her, as far as the fintech players are concerned, you did mention that we should be seeing 100 plus large-scale fintech players. But so far, you know, we were hoping that fintechs will be the key disruptors. So far, they have only emerged as ancillary players. Will they continue to be ancillary players? Will they be the disruptors that we initially thought them to be? You know, Mr. Chadha highlighted funding issues. The challenges still persist. There are regulatory concerns as well. How do you think you will be able to reach that last mile, which still hasn't been able to be done, despite all this advancement over the last few years?
So I think actually there are a couple of questions, you know, packed in there. Firstly, as to your question about, you know, being ancillary versus OEMs. So I don't think that, you know, fintechs can really be OEMs because frankly speaking, India is a very heavily regulated fintech market. And I don't think any fintech is getting a, you know, OEM licenses anytime soon, especially in banking. But even outside of banking, whether it is, you know, insurance, whether it is on the, you know, investing side, very few fintechs have actually received OEM licenses. So therefore, distribution has been the model that most fintechs have gone after. And I don't see that as ancillary because just producing a product is not important, right? Like making it reach is also equally important. So I think that there is a lot of meat just on the distribution side, given that 90% of India still does not have ease of access to financial services. And that is despite the fact that we have thousands of NBFCs and we have, you know, 100 banks in the country. So I think everybody has a role to play with regard to, you know, my claim of 100 fintechs and how they will scale. So I think this is the first decade, I would say, where you are seeing fintech companies. There are quite a few companies at scale. And it is extremely hard to make money in India. I mean, I would argue that founders who are trying to build sustainable business models in fintech in India should be applauded just for the heck of it, because many of them, you know, could be building those businesses in other countries and they would reach $100, $200 million revenues and profitability much faster because the ticket sizes in those markets would be, you know, such. But we are trying to do it in India. It is in harder market because there is a lot of regulatory pressure. There are a lot of changes happening all the time. And it is not easy to explain to investors. Now, of course, funding markets have not been good, but not just for fintechs in India. Funding market has not been good for fintechs globally also. But despite that, you know, if you are seeing 1, 2, 3 or whatever number of companies you are tracking, if you are seeing them growing and if you are seeing them either achieving profitability or inching towards profitability or showing some profitable, you know, growth patterns, I think that should give you a path of, you know, where ultimately these companies will grow. I think the years of raising money and whiling away money and wasting it, I think that is gone. I think COVID and the sort of slow years of, what is it called, the funding crunch have made all the fintech founders very smart. Most of them have significantly brought down costs and are moving very rapidly towards growth with profitability. I can say for our own account, since our data is publicly available, you know, financial year 24, we were able to grow more than 50% over financial year 23. And we were able to go from, you know, negative 55 crores in FY23 to positive 37 crores of EBITDA in FY24. Now, if I look at my current year, first 2 quarters we were profitable, third quarter we are not profitable. So, yeah, short-term basis, somebody might say But why is the company not profitable? But hey, look at all the macros. Look at the results of all the banks and NBFCs, right? So if a good chunk of, I'm just using my company as an example, not for anything else. If a good chunk of my revenue is coming from payments and that's growing healthily, profitably, that's good. But if the macro of, let's say, credit distribution is slow in India, then of course it's going to impact every fintech that is doing credit distribution for the bank or NBFC who is the OEM and calls the shots in this case. So I think a little bit of pragmatism, a little bit of long-term view from the ecosystem players and especially the domestic investors will go a long way in building out that run-up of 5, 10 and then eventually 100 scaled fintechs.
And do you actually see, companies like yours probably also looking to become super apps offering all, things in under one roof, BFSI all together to actually look at profitability also growing since payments is the only thing which has been primarily being seen as whether it will be able to make money for you or not. So do you think that's something that will help you scale?
So I think that is but obvious. I mean, what I can say is that we have been making, money in payments, quarter after quarter and every year, including in the latest quarters also. So we do payments profitably. But to your question, every business that is in the model of having multiple products would want to sell multiple products to that customer because that will mean higher lifetime value of that customer, higher engagement and higher repeat rate. So it is but obvious that after payments, if the user is sticky to that app, then the app will try to bring products from different partners. For example, it is not just fintechs are not just trying to do credit distribution. We ourselves launched in partnership with various banks and deposit-taking NBFCs, we brought fixed deposit on our app. And today, a user can compare the FD rates for 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, whatever, and book an FD for any of our bank partners or deposit-taking NBFC partners right there from our app. Now, this is not something somebody sitting in a tier 3 town has ease of access to.
Correct.
That where can I get the highest yield? And I think that is what I mean by trying to bring multiple products to a user, trying to also serve the user because those people in those tier 2, tier 3 cities, they are not seeing every bank right there in their vicinity, in their town. So they don't have an ease of use. Internet is the way by which they can understand where I can save the most, where I can get the loan for the cheapest, etc. Sorry, I went a little over.
It's okay. Mr. Chadha, I'll come to you. I want to understand, right now the biggest concern that's being seen in the fintech space is the regulatory hurdles at this point in time. To help us understand, how do you think regulatory frameworks can in fact assist in greater penetration of the fintech space in the spaces that you're also catering to, the MSME space, to the rural space, and even the semi-rural space where, like Upasna also mentioned, the access is still very difficult?
I'll answer that question before, if I could just make a comment at the previous point. You see, I believe that if your core business is not going to make money, then putting more products around that core is not going to solve the problem.
Okay.
Right? The core has to make money. And I also believe that it's the same philosophy. Federer plays one sport. The rest are just hobbies here. Okay? So whether it's fintechs or whether it's NBFCs or banks, figure out what is the sweet spot or what is the more difficult to do business which you think you can do, but that has to be the core. The core has to make money, okay? And when I think about core making money, it's not about EBITDAs and it's not about GMVs and footfalls. Ultimately, come down to the bottom line. Is the bottom line making money or not making money? And if it's making money, will it make money consistently, right? Otherwise, you will keep suffering from the cash burns and suddenly funding winters, and then suddenly capital will re-emerge and the same. Right? So, big believer in the power of fintechs going forward, but all fintech founders better ask themselves the question, is my core making money or it's not making money? As far as regulation is concerned, I think in many ways it's a carrot and a stick approach here, right? As a new industry, just a decade old, it is perfectly logical that the regulators need to understand the practices in the industry as also the benefits of the industry, right? At the same point of time, any new emerging any new emerging sort of industry, and let's call fintech that industry, does need support, right? Whether it's liquidity support, banks have it coming from their public deposits, housing finance companies have it coming from NHB. What about NBFCs, whether they're fintech or non-fintech, coming from whether it's NABARD or whether it's SIDBI or whether it's RBI? I think some liquidity support would be a good thing coming for the industry overall. I also think that the tools available should be on a level playing field in some ways. Why is SurfaceE not available to NBFCs below 20 lakhs when it's available to HFCs and it's available to banks? So the same credit product, the same lending, there is a significant disadvantage to NBFCs and fintechs in that space. The last point I just want to make on this is, sometimes I even ask myself the question, what is a fintech? Now, you walk into many banks, and I'm sure State Bank is a good example, or you walk into an NBFC like APAC Financial. I can tell you, we are totally paperless. But yet, I don't call ourselves a fintech because across our 200 branches, we have 2,500 people. But we actually benefit from our people educating the customers, explaining to the customers, helping them digitize, helping collect, and putting them into a habit of our collections becoming digital. But we see the value of this 2,500 people. Are we a fintech? No. But are we digitized with virtually paperless? Yes, right? So ultimately, I think it's extremely important for fintechs, for NBFCs and banks to be clear, what is the core, what's your business model, and if it's not making money, the chances that's not going to make money tomorrow also, yeah. So fix the core then.
Fix the core. Okay. Prashant, I'm going to come to you. The government has laid enough and more importance on creating of the digital public goods. I want to know about scaling of the digital public infrastructure from here on. We've seen UPI, there is a lot of talk on ULI as well. What do you think we can now do to further this entire space over the next 5-10 years? What is it that we are looking at going forward as users?
So I think we are early adopters. We've integrated into ULI. We're seeing some of the data sets that are coming out of that, the land records. And so I think it's digitizing several products that largely had, middle office and back office intervention in that sense, or, third party, providers to help with that. And then, like I was saying, the more the data starts flowing in, the ease of distribution, of getting to the customer, of bringing all of that is going to come forward, the analytics and all of that on that. And so as all of these initiatives come under digital public good, you are going to see, I think it is going to get trickier also for fintechs, because if there are no solid revenue models around this, it is going to be extremely competitive and challenging to operate. As Upasana was saying, in India to operate these businesses could get tricky in that sense. But on the larger story of digital public good, I think, and this is where I think fintechs also play a role. For example, we partnered with SIDBI and we created, I think, India's first privately provisioned public good, which we now give back, which is a high frequency MSME economic activity indicator, basis GST data. And on the 5th of every month, we are able to release an index, which is like any of your other indices, your stock market index, but which tells you what is the level of macroeconomic activity of MSMEs in the country. And these are obviously credit-seeking MSMEs that are coming to financial institutions, but they're a very good proxy for the MSME sector as such. And so now we're giving back to the ecosystem. How are financial institutions using this? So they're plotting the index, comparing their portfolio, and then looking at whether their selection of MSMEs is actually correct. Or they're looking at and saying, how is gems and jewelry doing compared to plastics, compared to textiles, compared to auto? Where are they seeing, some of the defaults rise, or which green shoot areas could they focus on? So I think by partnering with some of these large institutions, building on top of this public layer, we launched the indexes called Sampoorn. We give this data away for free. You just go to sampoorn.in and you can get all of that information. So I think this is really evolving. There is no revenue model there, but it's, I think, the ability to make decisions basis data, and data all the way at a macroeconomic level, all the way down to the granular MSME and the behavior of the MSME is where I think the transformation is taking place. And we're really building on top of this public good that the government is putting out, whether that's UPI, GST, account aggregator, ULI now. So I think it's going to get extremely interesting, extremely competitive, and I think we have to work together, as I think various folks have said, in a collaborative way, in a constructive way, whether we want to call that for the public good or, in this environment. I think that's where we're heading. So.
Okay, I'll come to Mr. Chadha and I want to ask you, sir, what is going to be the next UPI moment for India over the next 5 years, 10 years that you see?
I think when the rural and semi-rural India actually become as digital literate and are included in the financial architecture, I think that's when we will say, whether it's fintechs or whether it's digitization has truly arrived. And by the way, that's not very far away. That digital footprint is getting created every single day. So that next UPI moment could very well be not more than 5 years from now. And I think we're headed in the right direction. I have to say, whether it's the government or whether it's the regulators, I can't think of any other country which has done better than what India has done in terms of that UPI moment, and probably the next one as well. I am very confident that that is going to happen.
Okay. Upasa, I'll come to you for the last word. We just 2 minutes to go. What are the clear milestones that you believe will help us understand that the fintech industry and the sector has fully realized its potential?
Well, I'll keep it very simple. I think that I said before, I believe there are about 400 million active users digitally. In terms of merchants, I believe about roughly 50 million merchants are accepting payments digitally today. And I started MobiKwik when I remember there were like 1 million or less than 1 million POS machines in India. And that was just 15 years ago. So I think we have come a long way. But I think this number of users and number of merchants, and by merchants I mean like really small kirana shops, MSME, I think this number is going to double from 50 to 100, and 400 million Indian consumers will become 800 million. And I think that is really going to be the big testament, because like I said, payments continues to be the LCM or the least common denominator, and once payment reaches, then you have transaction data, and then only other financial products can reach these people. I think that is one way to look at it. Another tidbit I'll tell you, very recently I was talking to some banker and a private bank, and he said SME loan for us starts from I think 4 lakh or 5 lakh. And I was like, sir, kya bol rahe ho aap? It has to start from 1 lakh or less than 1 lakh, because the real Indian MSME is actually not an SME, it's an MSME, and 1 lakh is, so when all the banks start offering 1 lakh rupee loans to the small merchants, I think that can be another milestone.
But how can fintechs like yours help banks or assist banks in doing that due diligence when it comes to giving out such small ticket loans?
But isn't exactly that what we are doing? Because once we have these merchants accepting payments via us, we have some data, we have their KYC, and the opportunity to do a fully digital loan, where again the bank is only underwriting them. We are just distributors or aggregators or digital DSA, as I would like to call it, where we are bringing the cost of processing down for both the bank partner as well as for the MSME or the merchant in this question. That's exactly the role of fintech. Bring the cost of every loan processed, insurance processed, or investment product processed down from what it currently is.
So Mr. Chadha, a more collaborative approach rather than one replacing the other, is that what the last word should be?
Listen, I think sitting in the Phygital space where we are sitting, we learn a lot from the fintechs. We learn a lot from the fintechs, and if we can achieve the turnaround times which fintech offer to the customers with the credit discipline which the more Phygital channels have been offering for decades, I think it would be a win-win moment as far as the credit and lending industry is concerned. Will at some point data take over the credit assessment of cash flow lending which is happening? Possibly. But I still believe that at least for the next 5 years to 10 years, there is probably the Phygital is a better place than pure digital or pure physical. And I really think the fintech companies collaborating with the rest of the ecosystem and making the rest of the ecosystem becoming better than what they are currently will make a big, big difference to getting into the inclusive rural micro SME, the more difficult to do business, the new to credit India. And it's happening here. It's happening every single day here. So I'm very optimistic about the forward for this industry here.
All right, Mr. Chadha, Upasna and Prashant, thank you so much for being with us, and thank you so much audiences for being wonderful. Huge round of applause for our panelists for sharing with us such wonderful insights, hoping for a more collaborative approach. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you very much indeed to all our panelists. I think it's clear that from what we've heard today, it looks like AI will have an even more significant role to play when it comes to FinTech 2.0. And as internet connectivity increases, as digital literacy increases, the infrastructure develops, the role of FinTechs will keep growing bigger and bigger. Thank you so much to all our wonderful panelists. And of course, it's also clear with that fintechs will have an even larger role to play if India is looking to become a $5 trillion economy in the long run. If you're looking to be an advanced economy by our 100th year of independence, a wave of banking reforms are very much the need of the hour. Scaling up, deepening financial reach, and strengthening governance are of very paramount importance. In this session, Banking, a Bridge to Viksit Bharat 2047, we explore how the sector can become the enabler of India's economic transformation, supporting growth, innovation, as well as global ambitions. I'm very pleased to welcome on stage our panelists now. Umesh Revankar, Executive Vice Chairman, Shriram Finance. A very warm welcome, sir. Please join us. Also joining in today is Sunil Mehta, Chairman, PSB Alliance Private Limited. And we'd also like to welcome on stage our session moderator, Mr. Shailendra Bhatnagar, Chief Analyst and Editor, Markets Business Today. A very warm welcome to Mr. Revankar, Mr. Mehta, and Shailendra, it's over to you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's such a pleasure to be back in Mumbai again with such a distinguished crowd and the audience. We'll be discussing the span of the next 22 years. We are now at 2025 and 2047 is 22 years hence. If we go back 22 years in our mind and look at what banking and NBFC space was and what it is today, it's a dramatic improvement, both in terms of how NPAs have reduced, how the business has grown, and what the future looks like. Undoubtedly, over the last 5-7 years, all of us have realized that the Indian banking system is perhaps the world's best in terms of managing its risks and, of course, now turning into a digital behemoth. On the floor, ladies and gentlemen, are two gentlemen, each with more than 35 to 40 years of experience in lending, and they head some of the biggest organizations in the NBFC and the banking space. I'll start with Mr. Sunil Mehta. He's the chairman of the PSB Alliance, which comprises of 12 public sector banks, a banker for the last 40 years. Mr. Mehta, 22 years from now, what will be the regulatory as well as technological landscape in which most PSU banks will operate?
I think you pretty well know that banking sector has seen a transformation from a brick and mortar manual system to first computerization, then for core banking, and for core banking, now the stage has come for a digital banking, and the payment space is almost reached to a level where we can claim that yes, most of our payment transactions can be handled digitally, and that gives a lot of comfort, maybe in terms of our number of transactions happening on a digital mode. We are leading the world. The UPI solutions that has been brought in by the entire financial infrastructure, that is bringing a lot of value for the last mile. But this is just the beginning. To go to the 2047, that's 100 years from the independence, Viksit Bharat. So Viksit Bharat, maybe in numerical sum, you can say it's a $10 trillion economy, and then inclusive growth for all the individuals. But it requires a lot of transformation within the banking industry. The way, one thing I must admit, that banking sector has been very agile, has been adopting these changes, and that's why that public sector banks are now working with their fintechs, working with their peer group in private sector, and providing all digital solutions in most of these spaces. But the payment space, which has already been digitalized, now as our previous speaker has so, there the scope is in going in volumes, like going to the semi-urban and rural areas and covering from 400 million to say another 400 million and 800 million. But now the lending space need to be digitalized, and that is one area which needs a lot of transformation.
Okay, and just the right person on the panel to talk about the lending space. Mr. Umesh Revankar is the Vice Chairman at Shriram Finance, India's third largest NBFC in terms of profit as well as top line. And of course, when you look at the enterprise value at 2.9 lakh crores, here's a gentleman who's seen it all. Umesh ji, when you look at the lending that has happened or increased dramatically over the last 4-5 years, what are the major changes that you are expecting in this space, thanks to digitization, thanks to increased availability of credit, and a reduced cost of loans as well?
The way the industry has evolved in the last maybe 10 years, the changes have been quite dramatic. What used to be a typically physical mode of transaction has moved into predominantly digital mode of transaction. And this has happened mainly because of mobile penetration. Yes. Because even 10 years back, even though there were mobile, most of them had basic mobile. They did not have a smartphone. The introduction of smartphone has created a digital transition for each individual. So you can imagine everyone, almost everyone, making one digital transaction at any point of time, even in the rural area, not just forget the semi-urban area. Because I was surprised when I went to one deeper part of Tamil Nadu, and there even the coconut seller, for 40 rupees, there was a digital payment option.
I think the acceptance of digital payments at the lowest rung of the pyramid has been the highest in India.
Highest, yeah, that's one. See, that one part. And second, the ability to digitize the contents and have analytics of it, that really helps credit analysis. Now, is it deep enough? It is not deep enough, because many of the records what has been created over the last maybe 2 to 3 years, that may not be sufficient enough for making a credit analysis. But at least you are able to record it digitally and use it subsequently.
Absolutely.
So in the initial stages, I feel creating a algorithm out of it maybe too risky, because there is no enough track, or there is enough depth in the data. But going forward, it is going to become much, much easier.
Okay.
So next 4 to 5 years, the speed of transaction, speed of decision making, and right decision making will be much better than what it is today. So today I feel still it is shallow. There is not enough depth for making a credit decision. But recording part of it, yes, it has become much better. So therefore, all credit delivery plus the other activity around credit delivery will become much better, and the NPA and NPA resolution both will be much easier going forward. So the credit cost has been coming down and it will come down further is what I believe. And one of the reason for the formation of NPA was the not only timeline, the churning of money was much slower in the past. And cash flow management for each individual was not that really great.
You were talking
They
about,
were not efficient. You see, individuals also were not very efficient.
so the velocity of money has gone up.
Velocity of money, ability to put it in the bank and remove it.
Yes.
Many times you would have carried cash without thinking of putting it in the bank. Today, moment you put into the bank, you can make a transaction out of it.
Absolutely.
See, that is creating the speed.
Okay.
And I think that with that, the NPA resolutions are becoming better. Individuals are becoming more efficient. Businesses are becoming more efficient and transparent. So all these things are happening. I think next 4-5 years are going to be very, very exciting for all the people, whether you are 100% digital or part digital.
Okay, let's get Mr. Mehta into the conversation. Sunilji, you spent 40 years with Allahabad Bank, Punjab National Bank and Corporation Bank, and you have one foot in probably the most advanced, technologically superior NBFC in India, which is Geo Finance. Now, when you look at the technological platforms in the PSP alliance within PSU banks, and of course this nimble elephant that we are talking about, what is the difference that you see in terms of addressing different markets? And more importantly, are PSU banks, how should I say, strong enough to move rapidly towards digitization on the lending side? The back end is now digitized completely.
So one thing, because I have been a public sector banker for all my career, and I can say the public sector banks are the largest repository of the public data, because the generations have dealt with them, not only an individual, the generations have dealt with them. And the transaction data which they already have, and the the technology and the computation was adopted way back in 1989. So the type of data they have the ability to churn that data into the various credit products in time. And with this transaction data, which is coming up in the forms of UPI and the various internet and mobile banking payments, that is creating a lot of footprint. Earlier, what person will used to do? He will withdraw 10,000 cash, and then where he spends, there was no footprints available. Today, the person loads 10,000 in his wallet or in this account, and then how much he spends on grocery, how much he spends on a movie, how much he spends on eating outside, that can be segmented. So that provides a predictive behavior of a person, and the transaction analysis can give a lot of scope for refining the expectation of a customer for the different banking product. So the transaction data which is now made available through this UPI platform, because there is a subdivision of the, because smaller, as very rightly said by even a coconut vendor is accepting digital payment. So this classification of the spend of an individual provides a lot of data for customizing and creating the digital lending products, and which can be serviced through the straight-through processes. So public sector banks are now gearing up. They have already taken a big call in adopting some of the major technologies. I think one of the SBI Chairman Kharaji is sitting here, so and these type of solutions which they have come out in the mobile banking. All these things are providing one-stop solutions digitally for providing the embedded journeys into the various lending products. So I think this public sector banks are going to take the benefit of the historical data. They are adopting the technologies, and that is one area where the technology is helping the banks is making a predictive model, creating early warning signal, and making a pre-approved loan products through the straight-through processes. Those things have already been adopted. Now the number of products which will be brought under this category will go up in times to come.
Okay, perfect. Let's get Umesh into the conversation. You are amongst the most nimble of NBFCs. When you look at your future in terms of planning the next 3 or 4 quarters, where does digitization stand? Let me remind you, ladies and gentlemen, the trailing 12-month profit number for Shriram Finance is 9,440 crore rupees, it essentially translates into 1 crore rupees per hour. So Mr. Revankar has spent 1 hour here. His company has made 1 crore rupee profit. Now, 5 years hence, when you look at the digital landscape within Shriram Finance and within the borrowing and lending community, how do you see Shriram Finance benefiting?
See, the major thing which any finance company or any NBFC or banks, everyone would be looking at is how to take higher share of customers' wallet or revenue. See, that's where everyone is looking at. So one is you have a customer base, how to provide him multiple services. So not just lending. Lending alone may not be able to give you the kind of profit growth. The next step of profit growth will come from the services what we offer. And how quickly we offer, how better packaging we do to the customer's need. So that's most important. So I think, so what we need to do, for everyone for that matter, whether it's bank or NBFC, everyone has to keep holding their customers and give them additional services. And that's where the challenge is. And I think digital is something is helping us a lot. In fact, we have Shriram One app, which is a super app that gives him 360-degree of all the products and services we offer as a company and as a group, because we are also in the insurance business. So we intend to really deepen that. Right now, our customers have digital handicap. In the sense, I have to bring him on the digital platform and introduce him to digital transaction. He's on his own, doesn't get into digital transaction automatically. Many of my customers, I have to do that. So that is a physical effort required in making the customer, making a transaction on the digital platform. So it is a habit. It takes time. Once that happens, then probably customer will be able to get a better service out of it. And also our ability to earn additional fee income from the same customer will increase.
Okay. This is a question to both gentlemen. To you, Mr. Mehta, first. As the chairman of the Public Sector Banks Alliance, you are also responsible for the technological leap that these banks have taken in the past 15 years and of course hence. Do you think that the branch network that these banks enjoyed over the private banking space is still as relevant as it was a decade and a half ago? Or are the days of physical setting up of branches over, and will everybody shift to digital in the PSU landscape as well?
So I think you must have heard our previous speaker, Mr. Gunit Chadha, speaking about the next phase of achievement will be when the entire rural and the semi-urban area gets totally digitalized, and that space will require still a long period of time. So till that time, the phygital banking will be the need of the country. And as rightly said by Mr. Umesh also, that even these journeys are digital. For payment space, for digital space, still you need the assisted journeys. You need hand-holding of the people. You need a BC to assist a borrower in filling up an application, maybe on a Jan Samarth portal or any of the portal. So Jan Samarth I'm doing because that's being managed by PSB Alliance. So similar type of portals which are linked with the government. So these type of portals, if you have to fill up, you need somebody to assist them. So till that we reach to a level of literacy not only the literacy in terms of the education, literacy in terms of financial literacy, where they understand the cyber risk, where they understand the impact of it, I think we will have to continue the journey as a Phygital. So public sector banks have a large branch network, which gives a lot of confidence to the customers living in the rural semi-urban area, because the seeing is the belief. They believe that yes, this infrastructure, if they have some problem, we can still go them and approach them. So I think the journey is on, especially in the metro and urban, adoption is digital more. Gradually is expanding into the semi-urban and rural area. The footprints are going up, but till the journey is complete, the physical structure will be relevant. Now you say that what the infrastructure can be leveraged in future. So tomorrow when the journey becomes digital, as rightly said by Mr. Umesh, the bankers will have to diversify from their traditional banking model of deposits and lending to the service model, wealth management model, insurance advisory models and all that. And that differentiation is going to happen in times to come, where every bank will have a niche areas where they will create their niche abilities, and the existing physical structure will be needed for counseling, for providing hand-holding, for wealth management services, for advisories, and for different type of various financial products and services. So the nature of services will change, but the physical structure will be the need for a country, maybe because of the diversified demographic situation we have.
Okay. Umeshi, as an NBFC, you are the last mile between public sector banks, borrowers such as MSMEs, and of course even retail borrowers. When you set up the medium-term game plan or expansion for Shriram Finance, where is digital in terms of expansion, and where is the physical branch expansion that you used to think maybe a decade ago?
See, we still adding more branches. We are adding around 200 branches in a year. We have 3,000 branches. We are adding 200 branches. Is it necessary when there is advancement in the digital, when you have all the customers are having, most of the customers having mobile? If you ask me, it is still necessary because there are certain activities, certain lending which needs a physical presence and also access to customer. When you create access to customer, then you have to be within a certain kilometer range. You cannot be in a remote place and operate. You cannot have a faceless organization in India, I believe, because as per the RBI data, nearly 30% of the bank accounts have zero balance. That means after opening a bank account, many people are not operating even today. So that is the data we have. That means one is the awareness on banking operation is less, or they would have opened a bank account just to receive some government money and they would not have operated after that. That also is there. So we need to look at it, one. And the second is, there is something called underbanking. One is unbanked, and underbanking is where you don't get timely service for the purpose for which you want a credit or any other thing. So that is something which I think non-bank have been playing a gap. If you look at non-banks credit today is around 20% of the total credit, which has moved from around 11-12% to 20% over the last 10 years. That means non-bank have been growing faster on the credit than the banking system, because we are trying to bridge that gap, and that gap still remains even in advanced economy. Even in the US, I was told, there is around 20% of the people do not have proper banking or access. So I think that will continue to remain, and we need a physical operation for creating that awareness and offering that product. And as I was telling you, the physical presence and being a financial partner to small enterprise is important. We are missing the line when we talk about full digital, that being a financial partner and being an advisor to the customer is something a banker or financier has to do. That part we are totally missing, because there has to be human behind any particular relationship. So that, I think, is where the NBFCs and to some extent public sector bank have been offering over the period.
Okay. I'd just like to quote the economic survey, the one that which was revealed on 1st of February. It says, the banking and finance sector remains stable and well capitalized and is catering to the financing needs of the economy and the country. Yet about 15 months ago, one of the biggest issues that was raked up by the RBI was this growth in unsecured loans, both personal as well as the other loans that we are talking about. Now, that is primarily, I believe, because of digital lending. I may be wrong, but that's my understanding. We've talked about all the positivities that are there as far as the broader economy is concerned and how fintech and how digitalization has expanded the banking sector. What are the pitfalls, Mr. Mehta?
So if you're talking about the RBI guidelines, I think that has emanated from certain data which was received by them, that there was a multiple financing into the smaller personal loan segment. Multiple financing on the personal smaller loan segment, because that is one area where most of the multiple financial institutions were lending to the same person, and they were leveraging it, utilizing that money, maybe for paying off for certain...
and we couldn't have nipped it unless we were digital.
Yes.
Right? So that is the key.
So everything, like if you drive with the speed, the chances of fatalities are always more. So there is always a risk-return trade-off. There are certain conveniences. Just because risk is more, you can't stop going to a flight because I'll just walk down because there is a risk of a flight crash, so I will not go for a flight. So certain amount of calculated risk will always exist in any line of business. And with the passage of time, when any issues come up, these systems get redefined and the processes are built in, and we have a very strong regulator which collect the data from the various sources, and they come out with the prescription which are indicative in itself that this is a space which is heating up, maybe because of the multiple digital lending platforms available to a person for a smaller personal loan, and they are not vouching it. But that has brought in the role of the credit information companies. Now the banks have started relying on more data and the centralization of the data. And the centralization of the data will provide that support in eliminating those type of multiple financing. So I think this is a signal to the entire financial sector that lending to unsecured loan without going to the details of the credit scores, without going for this understanding the centralized data, can be risky in times to come, and that's why the higher provisions were prescribed. So every opportunity throws up challenges, regulator comes out with prescriptions, and the system reforms. But the journey is on, and it will grow.
Okay. Mr. Revankar, when you look 5 years beyond, either thanks to foresight or market action, or maybe some good advice coming in from bankers who've seen more than 40 years of business, who do you think will be the eventual winners and losers in an economy which 15 years from now, 18 years from now will be $10 trillion in size?
Say, I can't forecast who will be the winners or losers, but I think in a good economic condition scenario, there has to be a win-win situation for everyone. So that is the ideal situation. So somebody trying to win on and somebody's loss, that may not be that means the economy is not really balanced. So I think all the institutions which have come with some purpose for making a service or making a business with the community, everyone need to win, is what I feel.
Okay. My final question to you, Mr. Mehta, our time is up. It is often said that the fintech part of RBI is perhaps the best in the world. At this moment, are we over-regulated within the digital financial landscape, or are you convinced that we are fairly on an even keel when it comes to oversight by RBI? Could it be better? Could it be slightly less?
I think our regulator is adopting a very gradual approach. They have created a sandbox approach for fintechs to get embedded into the financial sector. They have created a RBI innovation hub where the innovations are encouraged. The lenders and the banking system is permitted to collaborate with the fintechs for adoption of the new technologies. And of course, they do offer a word of caution even while dealing with the fintech, that what you can outsource, what you cannot outsource, the data sharing, the DPDP bill. So I think it's a very regulated but permissible environment where the innovation can happen. And I think this particular landscape is permitting, and that's why the country could take some leapfrog in the matter of digital adoption. So this approach adopted by regulator is very good. I think this need to be continued, and the same is being done in case of adoption of the new digital product, because without innovation, without encouraging fintechs to go for cheaper solutions, the better solutions, the banking system cannot benefit. The speed and efficiency cannot be brought it. Again, everything is fraught with the risk. Certain amount of risk is there, but just because the risk is there, if you don't adopt those innovations, don't take those challenges, then nothing will improve. So I think this is a time the country is really geared up to adopt the revolution in the financial sector, and the ecosystem is facilitating it, including the regulator and the government.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, risk hai to ishq hai, aur agar ishq hai to aage zindagi bhi hai. Thank you for such a wonderful conversation. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, gentlemen. I think we've got a good peek into what it will take to get to the dream of Viksit Bharat. Thank you all very much for your inputs, and thank you, Shailendra, for leading that conversation as well. Ladies and gentlemen, when the easing of tax slabs was announced in the budget earlier in the month, there was definitely a sense of relief. More money in the hands of citizens could mean more spending that drives consumption. It could also mean more savings, but there was also a belief that it could mean more investment into the stock markets. Well, the latter is in fact also thought to be the reason behind lower deposit growth in banks. Our next session is deposits and flows, the macro challenges, where our guests tackle this very nuanced topic. I'd like to invite our panelists on stage. Please put your hands together for Madan Sabnavis, Chief Economist, Bank of Baroda. A very warm welcome, sir. Also, we'd like to invite on stage Mridul Sagar, Professor and Head of the Center for Macroeconomics, Banking and Finance, IIM Kozhikode. And a warm welcome also to Madhvi Arora, Chief Economist, MK Global. And once again, I'd like to invite Siddharth Zarabi to lead this session.
Thank you very much, and a very warm welcome to our panel, Madhvi Arora, Mridul Sagar and Madan Sabnavis. So what we want to do in this session, and as many of you know, those who are watching us right now and here in the audience, that this is a banking and economy summit. I have economists here with me, and the art and science of economics deals with both the macro and the micro. But the session that we have with us is deposits and flows, the macro challenges. So I'm going to go to Madan first to help him get all of us to understand the battle for deposits and the biggest challenge. And Madan, straight away diving into the question that perhaps might frame this issue: has the CRR outlived its utility from a banking and therefore consequently economic perspective as well?
So when we're looking at the CRR, we should remember what is the ethos behind the CRR. It is more a case of maintaining the integrity of the system. So today when we are talking of CRR, we should not be looking at it as a measure of providing liquidity to the system. Okay, so we did have a cut in the CRR, but I think interestingly the RBI governor had mentioned very clearly that it was to take the CRR back to what the original level was before we had the Ukraine war came through. So the CRR, I wouldn't say has outlived its purpose, but I think it can be used in a more meaningful manner when it comes to the banking system, because there are other regulations which are in place, like say the LCR, Now, that is the amount of liquid assets which banks are supposed to hold. Now, if per force you have to keep 4% of your NDTL in the form of cash with the Reserve Bank of India, if you allow the same thing to be a part of LCR, I think that's one way in which you could free out reserves. But having a CRR intrinsically, I think is required. Though I think I could also give the other argument, economists wear on two hats. I would say that since RBI never lets any bank fail, so even in case there's a crisis, I don't require the 4%. The RBI will make sure, we had examples to show that certain banks did not close down, however bad the situation was there, because I think as a central bank, as the regulator, the RBI ensures that things will go back to normal. So there are arguments on both sides, but I think since we are going to live with the CRR, if we can make it more effective in terms of adjusting it in the LCR, I think it would help the banking system a lot because it would provide liquidity in an indirect manner.
I'd asked this very same question to Mr. Dinesh Khara, who is also here with us. Madhvi, I'm coming to you. Madan has offered us two arguments on this. Do you want to supplement to them, and do you agree with the basic question that I had posed?
No, I agree with Madan to that extent. See, over the years, the macroprudential norms have also evolved. At this point in time, your LCR ratios are pretty much comfortable. In fact, most banks are running around 130 plus kind of an LCR. At this point in time, even if you're keeping a CRR which is say more than 4%, which is what they've historically kept, would have anyway led to more sucking of liquidity through the system. So I think to that extent, it was pretty much required that they release or normalize a CRR for that extent. But I agree with Madan on that front that ideally when you are, in the end, your macroprudential norm should be in a way that you're able to protect any kind of a bank run that you may face in terms of stress. At this point in time, I think given the way banking system has behaved over the past 7 to 8 years since 2013, the way they've worked in terms of keeping their balance sheets very healthy, they've largely deleveraged. I think very clean balance sheets of banks has basically meant that to some extent, even if we probably play around a little bit of CRR in terms of easing the CRR further, wouldn't necessarily be too bad a thing, because at this point in time the LCR norms are pretty much tight, pretty much comfortable, and to some extent there could be leeway on the other side to let banks breathe a little bit in terms of easing some liquidity from the CRR point of view. But again, it's a very tight prudential norm. I don't think central banks would be comfortable fiddling with it beyond a point.
Professor Sagar, now your perspective on this, and Madhvi made that point, letting banks breathe a little easy. Given what is happening overall in the macro economy, is this something as an idea whose time has come?
So let me clarify one or two things in this regard. I mean, I think the first misconception which I'm seeing here is that CRR is some sort of a financial stability tool. It was never intended to be a financial stability tool. It is a monetary policy tool. So basically CRR is to slow down the pace of credit creation if inflation is high, and that's the objective of the CRR. So monetary policy is conducted on two scores. Either you control directly through the reserve requirement, the bank reserves, or you alter the interest rates, and through the market interest rates you control the level of bank reserve creation. Either way, it is the stock of money creation which would cause inflation or sort of slow down the inflation if we slow down that pace. So CRR is very different from LCR. LCR is the financial stability tool. LCR is more closer to the SLR tool. So the SLR tool is basically aimed at government securities, but the government securities need not be the only high quality liquid assets. So you have the LCR where you have runoff factors depending upon the other securities and stuff. So I don't see any worry that the level of CRR would have its impact on the financial stability, but I have my worry if it is completely taken off as a tool, because it's good to have a Swiss knife kind of arrangement for various instruments should they require. And still you need not, you can lower the CRR, but you can use your interest rate tools to control what you intend to do from the monetary policy angle. So I am still a bit puzzled why we are debating this.
Okay, go ahead.
Actually, I have a different view from Middle out here, because if we are saying that CRR is not meant for financial stability, but it's a monetary policy tool, then the question is why we not used it very often. So the CRR has not been used that often. Why do you go in for an open market operations? So why do you want to sell government securities or buy government securities, straight away increase or decrease the CRR? So based on the revealed action of the Reserve Bank of India, my view is that CRR has been used more to ensure the integrity of the system rather than a monetary policy tool, based purely in terms of the frequency at which we have been using it. Because there are lots of countries, central banks who don't even have a CRR. So when they're talking of this basic question, lots of countries have it, lots of countries don't have it. And I'm sure those who don't have it, they also have very stable systems. So I don't think there's anything right or wrong. It's just a path which we're following. But the way I look at the CRR, it's more for the integrity of the system. But this said, as I mentioned earlier, the RBI will ensure anyway that no bank ever fails.
No, Madan, that's right, that CRR today is less important. It need not be important. I'm there with you on that. What I'm trying to say is that the very reason why this is there, because you are saying why do we do open market operations? Because it's market based, and that's what market based operations achieve with less. And Mr. Dinesh Kara is here. He has earlier argued, his bank has argued for remunerating CRR. He, in my last conference at NSE, was arguing about the green deposits getting the benefit for the CRR. So I very much appreciate those kind of arguments. But
historically, they've never touched CRR unless
Go ahead.
in terms of stress, only in terms of stress or in terms of, pivot movements in India's economies. Otherwise, you would never see policymakers touching CRR. It's like a constant in our equations.
No, it's constant now because we have indirect tools of monetary policy control, which are market-based. And that's why CRR is direct.
Viewers, this is the closest that you can get in terms of an evening prime time slanging match that you see on general news, because these are very eminent economists who are debating this. I want to bring in Mr. Khara because we are fortunate to have him here as professional banker and also till recently the head of the State Bank of India. Mr. Khara, just add to this because this is a very fascinating debate.
No, I think when we look at the kind of preemptions which are happening in terms of CRR and also SLR, the only issue is when it comes to the cost of credit. So this is something which is also having its impact, particularly when we are trying to become a globally competitive economy. Then we'll have to probably strike a balance. What Mr. Sagar has also mentioned in terms of LCR being something which is more from a very different perspective and more in terms of nearer to the SLR. Can LCR be made part of the SLR? At least, if at all that can happen, the extra preemption can be stopped from the banking system. And at least as far as the cost of credit is concerned, that is one of the major aspects when it comes to the manufacturing aspect of the economy and also the exports of the economy are concerned. Do we have the luxury of having a LCR and also then adding on to the cost of credit? That's the worrying part.
Absolutely, and that is the reason why probably Reserve Bank brought down the SLR over a period of time to align with the LCR regime. I would, over a period of time, would say that SLR needs to be phased out and we need to stay with LCR, but then we have to have more fiscal discipline because SLR is a tool to direct the credit to the government, and that sort of is actually crowding out private credit. So over a period of time, that should be the steps in that direction, and we should not have the burden really of both SLR and LCR. That's sort of a financial repression regime of the past from where the vestiges still remain.
See, actually out here again, Mridul, I have a different view. When you're saying that SLR is a tool to make sure that to ensure that government borrowing takes place. But actually, if we're looking in terms of all the crises which we have had, at least recently in the US, it was basically a case of liquidity. So I think more as a liquidity, I think this is the way in which we have interpreted it, that the SLR is meant so that the government borrowing program is enabled. Yes, government borrowing, there are market borrowings which are taking place. In fact, I remember when I was a student, there used to be this automatic monetization of the deficit where RBI would print at 4.6% treasury bill. We have done away with it and we're making sure that you borrow from the market. Now, when you're borrowing from the market, you need government paper. So, and I think the very fact that even before the LCR concept came, we saw that banks were holding on to excess SLR. That itself means that given the kind of asset balance or the asset creation which banks are doing, they have found value in terms of holding on to government paper. It's not to say that if there was no SLR, all the money would have been lent to the commercial sector. I don't think such a thing would have taken place. So I wouldn't like to relate SLR to enabling the government borrowing program, though it does happen because if the government stops borrowing, then you will not be having this additional paper to...
Certainly not, that is what I meant, that you shouldn't invest in government securities. I'm only saying the market principle should dictate that investment. The cost of government debt has to be market related. This is a reform we did way back in 1990s. So we have to go that route, and LCR perfectly allows government securities to be recognized as HQLA 1A. So what is the problem in dispensing and moving to a regime which recognizes government securities?
But that did lead to lazy banking is what you guys also sort of argue, right?
So once we have a market-based regime, the lazy banking would be even less.
Yeah.
See, that's what is important. But the choice will be with the banker on what should the portfolio he should hold. And if government has fiscal discipline, probably you will get low-cost government borrowing. And that's what we need.
You know, at most Business Today events, and many of you would agree with me, we have a concept of master classes. So there are certain sessions which are called the BT master class. This session wasn't called the BT master class, but one is panning out. So I'm really happy. Now, why did we get into this? Just for those who may not sort of follow all the intricacies of the subject that was being debated here, there is a structural challenge, and this topic I had taken with Mr. Khara in the opening session, which is what is happening to deposits. And for a banking system where for every 100 rupees, Mr. Khara, roughly 4.5 rupees are locked up, not earning any interest, this question assumes a lot of importance. Madan, let's now come to the broader issue. There's a debate as far as our macroeconomy is concerned that have we seen a structural slowdown or a cyclical slowdown? But on the issue of banking deposits, is this a permanent or near permanent change in behavior and a structural shift away from fixed deposits towards an era where the younger generation, first-time wage earners, those who have a little surplus, are now moving into higher return, higher risk investment opportunities?
Okay, it's first on the lighter side, I think, Siddharth, when you said whether the slowdown is cyclical, temporary, but don't we always say that we are the fastest growing economy in the world? Even at 6.2, we're saying it. So isn't there a contradiction that is the economy really slowing down, or are we the fastest growing, galloping economy in the world? Anyway, that's on the lighter side.
It's not a one-eyed person in a room full of those who cannot see argument.
No, I have two eyes anyway right now. Okay, now the important thing is that yes, we have seen that there has been a kind of shift which is happening when it comes to households, because we have a situation where income is not growing. Income is not growing, we have high inflation, so consumption has gotten affected. We've seen that financial savings have also been affected. Household debt has gone up, people are borrowing funds from the banks. In this kind of a situation, as far as financial savings are concerned, they're coming under pressure. If you look at the way in which deposits are looked at, whatever interest I earn, that part is being taxed. So how many ever representations were made saying that make it comparable to what happens in the equity market, you don't get any say in. It doesn't look like that there are going to be any benefits. So logically, if I have some bit of risk-taking ability, it makes sense for me to go into the mutual funds. If I'm even bolder, I probably invest directly in equity. Now, there has been a counter-argument made saying that finally all money has to reside with some banking account. It goes from my account to an AMC account, so it has to be in the banking system. But of course, there are leads and lags. And as we are in the banks, we know very well that there has been a shortfall in terms of deposits, and that's why we have this liquidity issue which has come up. But I think going forward, I think this is going to be a continuous challenge for banks, especially today when we are saying that interest rates have already peaked at repo at 6.5%, and now there's a lot of pressure to bring it down, which means that deposit rates are not really going to increase. So banks are going to face this challenge going ahead as to how do you garner deposits, especially when individuals, households are becoming a bit more conscious of what's happening around. They're looking at alternatives and they're able to get probably better returns.
Advi, on the same question to you.
I think the biggest reason as to why you haven't seen deposit growth happening over the last 2 or 3 years has largely been because the reserve money actually has grown on an average CAGR basis around sub 4.5–5%. RBI's balance sheet itself, to start off with, which is where the money starts, right? In the end, the money is printed from the central bank's book. That is growing on a CAGR basis of around 4–5% from the peak of COVID. Clearly has replicated in the form of reserve money, which has also been sub 5%. Automatically your money, M3, right, offtake itself, which is basically right offtake and other factors, has also been sub 7–8%. So I think it's emanating from the fact that the policymakers themselves have been very constrained, or they didn't want to necessarily overheat the economy. It was a conscious policy decision to some extent, and to some extent it's also a function of how the foreign flows have been behaving. So RBI's balance sheet on net has not grown. If the money is not been printed by the central bank, it would not percolate into a money multiplier process in the first place. So that's the structural problem, and it hasn't changed. If in fact this year RBI's balance sheet so far is actually 0.2% growth YTD. So clearly there is no new money creation that has happened, partly because RBI has been intervening over the last 4 months specifically to save the currency, owing to factors that we all know of, one of those being massive FPI outflows, which has obviously meant that there is no new money that has been created. Whatever liquidity infusion RBI has been doing in the last 1.5 months has essentially been sort of, paying for its own past sins of the last quarter of December, when they had intervened to the tune of nearly $100 billion, when the structural or the fundamental requirement of the economy was not more than 25 billion, if I look at the balance of payment deficit for that quarter. So generally the central bank will intervene to the extent of the BOP deficit.
Right.
On an average, in a normal scenario, we went way too far.
Right.
Our forward book is so heavy that RBI will have to come back to the spot market or in the liquidity market, in the banking system liquidity, to sort of pay off its forward book. So there's a problem in the liquidity in the system as of now. Whatever RBI is doing is just trying to ensure it smoothens, but it's still pretty much close to around 1.5 to 2 lakh crore deficit on an average,
Right.
and that could probably be the case by the end of the year as well,
Okay.
despite RBI doing whatever. So I think the structural problem is that the balance sheets of central bank has not grown. The money has not been printed on net.
Professor Sagar, come in on this point before we move into.
Okay, so for once I'm agreeing with my co-panelists here. So actually the reserve money growth is low. At 4.1% year on year, the latest number, it does look still very low. So it's not that the RBI recently has not done enough. It has taken a lot of measures to ease the liquidity situation, but the system is still in deficit. And given that the growth has tumbled in Q2 to 5.4%, there is reason to calibrate the liquidity, to my mind, in a moderate surplus zone, not go overboard the way pandemic time was done, neither squeeze liquidity, because that's going to affect
In your
the
view,
real
Professor,
economy.
is it because a certain set of decisions was taken and the MPC also has a way of working, or was it an oversight? Advi had some words for the RBI. What is your view on this?
So the MPC, as per the RBI thing, is that they set the interest rates, the policy rates. The liquidity is directly with the RBI and is more daily operations. So as Financial Market Committee, one has to see that liquidity is enough in line with the monetary policy objectives. If it needs to be squeezed, it has to be squeezed, but current situation doesn't demand that. And
what does the current situation demand? Because, you know, let me once again remind, Banking and Economy Summit, and let's try and look ahead, Professor, and I'll start with that question, tossing it to you again. What does the current situation require to ensure growth comes back? We know the tax cut, there is a debate on how effective it will be. Where do you stand on that?
so I think both fiscal and monetary policies have responded of late. We should appreciate that. The budget had a very tough time to balance a lot of considerations, the debt sustainability, slowdown, everything. So they got broadly the mathematics right, except probably a little more capital formation would have been good for if capex would have been increased and not left entirely for the states to do that. Maybe the capex multiplier is much higher than that of revenue, and the economy would have benefited a wee bit more out of that. But
Dinesh Khara's point of view as a professional banker on that very point was that we should give adequate importance to the 50-year loan that's been given to states, because a lot of capacity creation will happen. I'm just adding this to the point.
I agree. I respect that view also. What I'm saying is that you have to find more. See, let me also clarify one more point. States do more capex than the center in aggregate. So that matters. He's absolutely right when he said this. What I'm trying to say is that there has to be some more fiscal reforms to rejig, create a space out of the revenue segment by pushing resources into the capital account.
Okay.
If we do that, we will be much better off. But it requires some political gumption. I mean, every time you tread on something, we have to appreciate that people have to be educated to understand what's happening. I mean, for instance, here when you talk about credit growth and regulation, it's fine. You want growth. Everybody wants growth. But we don't want growth at the cost of financial stability. So it's not a good idea to keep postponing all the financial stability measures just because there is some growth sacrifice. We have to trade off in a very sensible way over what are the costs of regulation, what are the costs of macro.
You wanted to intervene, Madhu?
So there is no overheating at this point in time. While I agree with you with regard to what you're saying, that you need to be a little careful about other financial parameters, but at this point in time, with the credit offtake that where it is, and when it was even at 15-16% a year ago, it's a very different cycle from what we saw in the past, right? In this so-called high LDRs that we were seeing in the last 1 year, were not coming out of a very overheated economy. In fact, everything else, as we all know, the banks are in pretty much healthier shape than what they were in the past. And there are no macro excesses whatsoever. There is no CAD, there is inflation which has been very well managed by the central bank. There is no money which has been new money which has been really pushed in the economy for inflation to really percolate. So I think there are no macro excesses. In this cycle, if you still find reasons to constrain credit, you are just going to have a downward spiral in credit, which obviously will also flow into deposit in some form or the other, because there is no excesses in the macro imbalance at this point in time. While we can argue that they may turn up ugly, I'm not sure, but as of now, it's nothing like 2011, neither 2013 or even 16 for that matter. It's like we are basically becoming very pro-cyclical from both fiscal and monetary side.
You want to respond to that before Madan comes?
Every time we think this time is different. That's the basic problem.
Well, that is human nature.
And that's, credit need not be constrained. I mean, we didn't constrain it after the global financial crisis, and then we had all kind of crises. So we can't really, what I'm trying to say is have some reasonable balance, see the cost of regulation, but also see the cost you will have if there is disruptions in the way where you have financial fragilities exploding.
Madan, come in on this.
Okay, so I think first when you're talking of growth, I think we need to remember that anything that's done on the fiscal side takes care of the demand situation. Anything that happens on monetary policy is a supply side response. So today when we say that the interest rate has been lowered, the question is that is growth in credit going to pick up? Okay, just all of you in the audience out here, just because interest rates have come down, and let's say there's an EBLR, there's been transmission, are you all going to go running and buying houses? The answer is no.
Yeah, one
Okay,
large
so
bank has
therefore-
announced a 25 basis points cut, and the press release was one of the longest
No,
that I've
so-
seen in the recent past. That just happened today.
No, but Siddharth, the thing is that once you lower by 25 basis points, immediately in less than an hour's time, people are saying how many more rate cuts are going to be there, will it be 50, 75, 100, all this kind of nonsense keeps going on, as if it has to happen in the next policy. So anyway, keep that aside. So the basic question in India is that we have an issue on the demand side. Okay, people are not spending money, industry is not investing. It's easy to say that the private sector is not investing. But if you look at industries which have high capacity utilization rates, they are the ones who are investing. So you look at steel, there is investment taking place. You look at consumer goods, investment is not taking place because they have surplus capacity. So I don't think we're running into a situation of saying that there's going to be a paucity of funds because of the liquidity situation which is there. I think when there is an opportunity, people are going to spend. And as long as we are saying that the Indian economy still grow at 6.5%, 7%, that's much lower than our potential. I think we're in this kind of a comfortable equilibrium which is there. There's not going to be a problem even though deposit garnering is going to be a challenge. Credit growth is not going to be at an accelerated pace. It's going to be very, very gradual. So I think this 12% growth in deposits, 14% growth in credit is something which can still be managed in the economy. And I think what the RBI doing at one stage, one can say that is there too much of regulation? Are you trying to bring in these new capital norms which came for unsecured loans? You have the new LCR. You have the expected credit loss norms which are going to be implemented in course of time. I think prudential regulation is something which is very much required. Now, is it too stringent or not? I don't work on the business side of a bank, so I cannot answer that. But otherwise, when something goes wrong, people will say, why was the regulator sleeping?
Madan, the government has decided to look towards deregulation. Committee is in the works. Is there also, and the finance minister made a mention of that, what would you say about financial sector deregulation or relooking the current framework of regulation across the Indian financial sector?
No, I think deregulation is always a good thing, but you have to keep the integrity of the financial system in mind, because if anything goes wrong, it can actually spiral backwards and we can have a larger crisis. So I think deregulation as a principle is absolutely right. There should be less interference. It should be more of the market forces. But at the same time, since we're dealing with other people's money, I think there needs to be a lot of caution which is exercised.
Okay.
Therefore, we need the RBI.
You know, since it's the final minute and a half, I've just received some questions from the audience. I'll try and get you to quickly answer. I'll just take the question. Whoever wants to answer, please do. The first question is, the importance of technology in the banking sector, how significant is it? Just a quick comment from anyone on the panel. Quick.
No, I think it's very much important because we have seen technology has been used both on deposit sides, on credit side, as well in terms of operations. It has enhanced efficiency, but of course there have to be the necessary safeguards to make sure that there are no adverse repercussions which take place. Cybersecurity, those are issues there. But I think this is the way to go forward.
Okay, one fine. So you wanted to?
It's so important that it will decide the survival of the banking. So there's no other option. I mean, you have to adapt to the new technological changes. We are going to see a lot more. Tokenized deposits will come, for instance. And that will clearly change the speed and the whole dynamics of, we are sitting today, no deposit growth. You would see phenomenal deposit growth if that is allowed.
That will be the best way for any kind of penetration that you're seeing in the system now. Because
okay, I will take moderator's privilege because there's just one quick point, 30 seconds each. Madhvi, I'll start with you. Considering the latest cooperative banking scam, I hate using the word scam, but there's an issue we know. Is the role and relevance of cooperative banks now up for debate in India? Why are we still persisting with that institution? I'll pose the same question starting with you.
I'm not the best one to answer that. I don't think I'm well read on the corporate bank,
okay.
cooperative banking. Maybe
No, I think there's a lot of value which comes from the cooperative banking system, and it's something which has been there for decades together. I think the clue is that how do you regulate it better? have your inspection regularly and try and catch them. There will always be problems, I think. It may happen to another bank after we had it a few years back also. We have a second bank. It could be happen, but I think we just need to tighten the regulation and surveillance.
Professor Sagar, the final word and ending the panel on that question, because when we talk very high level banking, it's ultimately the depositor and common people, small depositors in cooperative banks in a system that is so well regulated. Every few years you have these scandals emerging. So it's clearly a big question which needs a response.
We have to set the shop right, or otherwise fold the cooperative banks. There are problems with small finance bank, cooperative banks, whatever. Cooperative banks, the governance of the cooperative banks is the crux. I think till that is set right, nothing would work.
And a quick point, I think when you're talking of deposit insurance, which the government is planning to increase, it should be differentiated across banks. I think that will work well.
Okay, so clearly this could have gone on for another half an hour, but we have run out of time. I thank the panel here for that master class, and I'm sure many of you have gained from it. And Dinesh Khara, thank you for that intervention. Once again, thanks for your time with us today.
What a wonderful debate this has been, a wonderful constructive exchange of ideas, one that we have come to expect from business today. Thank you all very much once again, Mr. Sabnavis, Mr. Sagar and Ms. Arora, and thank you, Siddharth, once again for a fabulous discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, we can do a little bit better with the applause. Thank you all very much indeed. And I think most of our sessions today have spoken about the role of technology in banking, how becoming digital first is now imperative for banks. From AI-driven lending to real-time transactions, technology is absolutely reshaping the sector at an unprecedented pace. Our next session is Rewiring Banks, Emergence of the Digital Beast. And we will be exploring how banks are adapting and innovating with technology to become future ready. Once again, fabulous panelists joining us. First, I'd like to invite on stage Nitin Chugh, Deputy Managing Director and Head of Digital Banking and Transformation, SBI. Warm welcome, sir. Also welcoming Vishnu R. Dusad, Managing Director and Co-founder, Nucleus Software. A warm welcome. And let's also welcome Hemant Jajharia, Partner, Head of Consulting, KPMG in India. And we once again leave the panelists in the hands of Shailendra Bhatnagar to take over. Thank you.
Good evening once again, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a very interesting half an hour. And once the half an hour is over, I will tell you something about Hemant ji, which we were discussing off the record. Nevertheless, it was a very interesting conversation. So the digital beast, ladies and gentlemen, rewiring the banking sector. Anybody who's been more than 4 decades in India rarely knows how banking was, and as all of us know, no matter which bank you are in, your bank is with you. It's with you 24 hours, it's with you 24/7, and it does those amazing things which we could never think of even 15 years ago. It's a dramatic change in the landscape, and let's try and find out where this landscape is going to be 10 years from now. We are joined on the panel by Mr. Nitin Chugh. He's the DMD and Head of Digital Banking at our largest bank, the State Bank of India. Mr. Vishnu Dusad, he's the co-founder and MD at Nucleus Software, a company that I have personally tracked for about 25 years. 8 out of 10 NBFCs and 8 out of 10 private sector banks run their financial backend on Mr. Dusad's IP creation right here from India. More than 40 lakh crore rupees is resting on his shoulders. And of course we have Mr. Hemant Jajharia. He works with KPMG and he advises on everything and anything that goes into banking, and he, as he says, makes tons of money out of that. Now let's begin the conversation. Nitinji, with you first. SBI was supposed to be a moribund organization where, files would get lost. And this was, I'm talking about 20, 25 years ago. But here is a giant which has dramatically changed the landscape of the Indian banking sector. If you look at your profit, if you look at your top line, all of them are now in tip-top shape, including fall in NPAs, both G and N. Tell us, when you look at the digital landscape within the bank, what are the 4 or 5 things that you feel are most critical for the next 10 years?
Great, thank you for that question. I think what goes unnoticed is the change that keeps happening on a daily basis, and only when something large is either announced or is noticed is when you really think that, oh, this bank or this company has completely changed. But honestly, in SBI, I think we are changing every day, we are evolving every day. So it's been something that I think the bank really does very, very well. But coming to digital technologies, I think the theme really is that what is changing around us, because we don't manufacture technology as banks. And the manufacturers are sitting here. So we are practitioners, we are users of technology. There is some little work that we do in terms of customizing it to ourselves. So what we are seeing in terms of the broader themes, one, of course, we are seeing AI becoming mainstream. We are seeing now the third wave of AI, which is now very clearly establishing itself, which is the whole agentic AI. Just yesterday, Microsoft announced their new quantum chip. So it seems like that even quantum, which was expected to kind of start taking shape in about 10 years from now, that whole cycle might get shortened. We are still not very sure how the applications would be in banking, but it does appear to us very clearly that whatever we thought in terms of the technology cycle, which would have been, let's say, 5 years, is now probably about 1 year. So the technology obsolescence is also setting in very quickly, but at the same time, the mainstreaming of some of the new technologies is also happening very quickly. Now, when that happens, the ability for a bank like us to take it to our customers, to our larger ecosystem, to our partners, is also that much more well established. And I think to that extent, we have been preparing and changing ourselves and being able to very quickly work on these new interventions that come about and deploy them and make them available for our consumers, so that we can continue serving them better. At the same time, the consumer behavior is also shifting very, very quickly. What would change in maybe 10 years as a habit or a habit formation is now taking place in a much shorter cycle. Our attention spans are continuously dropping. The last I read about it was 1.4 seconds. Okay, that's the time you take for swipe from left to right on a phone. That is all that our attention span is getting reduced to. Now, if that is the case, then the relatability of whatever we do, even if we use the best of technologies, becomes more important than even personalization. I can personalize an interaction for you, but what if you can't relate to it? How do I find out what's in your mind that you will find it easy to relate to that? So I think we are now trying to get into this whole interdisciplinary approach of finding out more from what our data is telling us, what human behavior, customer behavior is telling us, bring all that onto a technology layer, and make sure that when we serve it to our customers, it is both effective, efficient, and it is relatable from a customer's point of view.
Okay. Mr. Dusad, over the last 3 decades or so, you've been at the forefront of changing the back end of the banking system and having it digitized. Branch A talks to branch B, branch A, bank A talks to bank B, mainly on account of the kind of financial technology that you've brought in. Tell us what is closest to your heart. How would you want to see this digital beast maybe 5 years, 3 years, 2 years from now that could possibly change the Indian economic landscape?
Thanks for a very meaningful question. We have been dreaming of making 365% rate of interest go away from India.
Where is this interest rate at 365% annually?
Annual. And in fact, it could go as high as 3,650%. We don't realize it.
10% a day.
10% a day. We don't realize it, but if you want to borrow 100 rupees or 1,000 rupees, you'd get 900 rupees in the morning and you'll have to pay 1000 rupees in the evening. And that is that is common across the country. Mr. Khara is shaking his head.
So how will this change for the better?
Yeah, I think what Nitin has talked about, that those are the technologies that are going to help us hyper personalize, the lending. Today we are talking about 400 million of us doing digital payments. The moment we move towards a billion people doing digital payments, everything that we are visualizing for the top 100 million customers, we would be able to take them to the billion people. And I guess AI is going to help us in a very big way in doing the hyper personalization, agentic AI and so on, and the digital infrastructure that is getting created with literally improving by the day. These are the two aspects that are going to make this happen. And the moment that happens, I think the economic benefit for the economy is going to be absolutely immense. Just imagine, for a 100 rupee loan, if I have to pay 3,650 rupees at the end of the year. And that is happening. Today it is happening in 2025.
Okay, so let's hope this thing is a thing of the past, say maybe 5 years for now. Let's get Hemant ji into the conversation. Hemant, because of the background that you have in terms of consulting globally, and of course at KPMG, you get to see the entire global financial landscape. Now, when you look at the Indian landscape in the same mirror, in the banking space, what do you think is a lacuna? What have banks not been able to address, which maybe overseas companies in Wall Street or in US or anywhere else have done much better?
So I wouldn't say there is, I wouldn't make an extreme statement of saying that there are spaces where banks in India have not been able to address and overseas companies have had success. But I would put it slightly differently. We are in a different country. In a country like ours, we have to think about how banks can serve a billion plus population, in some of whom live in very remote areas, and how do we ensure that we have social priorities as well. I think banks have done a very good job of, public sector banks in particular have done a very, very good job of of enhancing that coverage. And with the success of things like UPI, what we have been able to do, I think it's a very good, it's a phenomenal success. But if I was to take areas where we probably can do better, from banks side, probably a lot more investment is required in technologies. And we have seen recent incidents of where portals have gotten frozen up and RBI has taken action, and it's we need to move much beyond that. Secondly, there is a global phenomena where fintechs are attacking banking value chain in a very interesting way. Look, banks have always made money, and across the value chain, banking is a regulated sector. Everywhere is licensed. You have to become a bank. 20 years back, you required significant amount of capital because you had to open X number of branches, hundreds of branches. You needed to set up the tech infrastructure. You needed to hire a lot of people. Those barriers are coming down, and not coming down for the entire bank, but there are parts of value chain that are being attacked with point solutions. And we had done some research, and if you take the banking value chain, if you split it between the front end part of the value chain, so take the acquisition part and put the balance sheet part separately, then typically what banks made as average ROE, the ROE for the front end part is 18 to 20%. The ROE for the balance sheet supported, where you require capital, is 4 to 6%. So imagine, today on the front end acquisition part, 80% of broking is captured by fintechs in India. There is a good chunk of a good chunk of, I think, somewhere around 30% or so, I have to look at the exact number, of personal loans, credit cards, that are also being acquired by, fintechs in partnerships with the banks. almost 5 to 7% are coming from neobanks, savings accounts are coming from neobanks in partnership with banks. Wealth management is another area where, fintechs have made inroads. And this is like 5 years back, if you looked at, a lot of those spaces were, majority captured by banks. So if you see the shift out, extrapolate it 5 to 10 years down the line, you could probably see that a lot of acquisition part of the value chain being captured by these players. And those are fee-based commission. They will make a commission on it. They don't have to deploy capital against it. It's a largely technology-based business. What will be a lot of banks will be left with is manufacturing. And if you think of a situation like this, then you are left with a 4 to 6% ROE business. That questions the viability of business. Would you want to invest in a 4 to 6% return on equity business?
Let's get Mr. Chug into the conversation because he's the largest banker in this space and probably is either the most impacted or perhaps sees the biggest business opportunity. To you, Nitinji.
No, first of all, I don't think I completely agree with Hemant's point of view. The fact that fintechs or digital economy players, not just restricted to banking. If you look around, every single digital business has come and tried to set up adjacencies around the existing old traditional businesses, even though the traditional businesses have also had their own, roadmap to modernize. This argument 5 years ago would have been extremely valid because the banks hadn't modernized their tech architecture. Today, there is no technology arbitrage. 5 years ago, you could have argued that fintechs have better technology. Banks have legacy systems. Today, banks have legacy systems, but they've also modernized. Everybody's moved to microservices. The ability for a bank to respond to something like this is not very difficult anymore. So the tech arbitrage has gone away. Now, that's number one. Number two, most of the prevalence of the business that is being done by some of the fintech players, or to the extent of 30% that Hemant said, is predominantly unsecured. Right? And unsecured is usually the lowest hanging fruit. Right? We've seen those cycles in credit cards also, and the cycle that we are going through right now in the unsecured lending and with all the measures taken by RBI and the banks also tightening their own lending policies is a result of the excesses that we saw in unsecured lending by some of the players who were new to business. And technology alone cannot solve for the fact that you need good,
Maybe that
sensible...
was exuberance in lending.
Not exuberance. You have access to capital. You have a good technology platform which is easily downloadable. There is never a problem of demand. People want 100 rupee loans also, and people want 100,000 rupee loans also, and you are giving them enough without asking them too many questions. And those people in good times will pay back. In bad times, they will not pay back. And we did see it even during COVID, the same companies running up even as much as 25-30% NPS. So the models like these cannot be tested in one cycle. They have to go through multiple cycles to be able to say that, yes, this is the most sustainable way of, let's say, bringing or democratizing lending, as we say. But at the same time, on the question of ROE, I think this debate is never ending whether banks will only be manufacturers. But look at it, what do banks manufacture? We don't manufacture anything at all. We lend to you by borrowing from him. So is there anything that we are manufacturing in between? We are just manufacturing an account for him.
Maybe credibility?
Yeah, so the credibility is not manufactured, it's earned. And it's earned along with trust over a long period of time. And that is hard to take away. So therefore, the ROE that we see today, if let's say a bank like SBI has gone up to even 20% ROE, that is because we have progressively invested in technology and we have progressively made ourselves more efficient, and we have been efficiently deploying our capital also.
Okay, this is a question that's bothered me a lot. We are the world's most populous nation. We are, as many people say, underbanked. Yet we have millions and millions of tons of financial data resting in, your technological platform, what Vishnuji makes in terms of the back end, as also what Hemant has observed globally. Yet, it does not reflect on your market capitalization. An app like Yono should have actually increased your market capitalization by 25%. Because the bank moves into the phone. Why is the market not seeing this opportunity of cross-selling, of increased transactions, of ease of doing business? Why is it happening not only for you, but for every Indian bank?
That's a very simple one to answer. If you look at any digital business across the world where the valuations have gone from here to here in a very short period of time, because most of these businesses are less than 10 years old. You take any example. All of them have come to a certain level and have very, very sharply corrected in a down cycle or even without a very, very specific reason, right? In banks, whether it's a public sector bank or a private sector bank, the digital businesses are inherent. Digital for us is not something which is sitting outside. YONO for us, for example, is not something which is sitting outside the bank. It is our new way of doing our own business with our customers, right? So when you are modernizing and digitizing yourself, you are taking progressive steps which are not going to take you from here to here in a day's time. It is going to take you a few years, right? So the market cap, if you notice in case of SBI, has progressively gone up. But we've never seen a case where it has sharply corrected and said that, oh, YONO was overvalued to the extent of 50% of the bank's market cap. Ideally, it should be 25% only, or it should be 5% only, because it is inherent to the bank. And we haven't yet said that, oh, YONO is sitting outside the bank and therefore it should be valued separately, or, any such debate of
Do you calculate the business that's generated by YONO on its own?
Not just calculate, we report it in our quarterly results and our investor presentations.
Okay. Mr. Dusad, when you speak to potential customers in the Indian lending space, how do you see their expectations and how do you see their acceptance to this new digital landscape that is emerging? According to you, who will be the winners and what will be their 4 or 5 points which will be crucial to their success?
I think our customers are very, very, very savvy, because the landscape is emerging in a manner that unless you do your best on the digital side, your ability to compete is going to be highly compromised. And given that they really expect the world from a technology partner like us, and that is what we provide, and it's using those tools they are able to bring in efficiency, expand their market segments, and meet demands of as many customer segments as possible.
Okay.
And of course, we talked about the bottom of the pyramid. They are also wanting to go there. But this is how the landscape is emerging. It is getting excessively competitive, and AI is something that everyone is now very keen to adopt. Whole lot of them have adopted them, have been trying for some time and have adopted, and they want to accelerate that. I guess quantum is likely to happen over maybe 5 years at the most.
Okay.
And it will be our challenge to leverage these technologies to make sure that our customers are able to benefit from them.
Hemant, one of the most talked about and visible success stories of the Indian banking as well as the tech universe has been this universal praise that UPI has got globally. When you see the tech stack of UPI, how do you think it stacks up globally with similar competitors, and where do you think UPI is headed over the next 2 years?
So look, UPI handles much larger number of transactions in terms of volume compared to a lot of other global players when you look at, from a payment perspective. It's stable, it works well, it has done its job, it does its job at the cost of almost 1/10 of what a Visa or MasterCard would do. So, and one of the biggest, all the analytics and all the numbers that they put is largely around to manage fraud and to reconcile payments. And I think across both UPI performs fairly well. So it's a very good example of the platform we have been able to create through our homegrown technology. I think the next stage is for UPI to be able to, be accepted in a couple of countries. I think they're working through those. One of the key challenges we have is we are still part of the SWIFT global settlement system, and that's something that's very difficult to replace because multi-countries have to sign up to that. So I think that's a great example. But from a tech perspective, I think we need to probably do a lot more in a bunch of different areas and replicate UPI success across a bunch of different areas, which is what we are trying to do through OCN and through the account aggregator system and a bunch of, I think all these will come together to sort of create that right ecosystem.
Nitinji, you've been one of the biggest practical users of UPI on your platform. What has been your learning over the last 6 months or so? How is the system morphing? Are there any changes that you observe which might point to newer growth areas for banks such as you or maybe other banks as well?
The UPI, I think, is evolving by the month because the volumes just can't keep pace with the previous month itself.
I just calculated it. We do 19.44 crore transactions every hour.
We do 19.5 crore transactions a day in SBI. So,
on UPI alone?
Just UPI, UPI. So I think we are also learning, but what has really happened in the last 6 months, since you asked a specific time frame of 6 months, is that the same users are obviously using UPI a lot more. But what it has done to the banks is that it has created additional categories. So for example, if a bank was doing 100 transactions in a day, after UPI, the bank is doing, let's say, 200 transactions a day. Those 100 have come about from UPI, and the 100 has also grown to, let's say, 150. So all in all, maybe the bank is doing 250 transactions a day, as an example. So UPI has certainly expanded the pie. Now, when that has happened, the whole new category of being able to lend on the basis of transactions and the flows, that has emerged. And because the transaction velocity is so high and the values are, sometimes not very, very clearly observable because of the smaller values, observable not from a data point of view, but you can't attribute too much quality to that. It is leading to a lot new creation of algorithms which will help us in making sense of that data a lot better, so that if at all you need to take a view in terms of underwriting on the basis of transaction flows, whether at the merchant side or on the consumer side, it is at least nuanced to the extent that you're making good use of that data. At the same time, I think the UPI's thrust to go international has also been established clearly. Just 2 days back, the Qatari Riyal interface was also announced by the Prime Minister when the Qatari Emir was visiting India. And like that, I think many of such bilaterals have also been announced, and some of them are already working.
Okay. Mr. Susad, when you look at the UPI from the lending side, when do you think will there be a lending mechanism which will rival the UPI on the borrower side? For the moment, this is a transactional paradise that we see. We are able to transact seamlessly any number of times during the day. When do you think over the next whatever time frame that you have in mind, will this be replicated on the lending side?
I would say 3 to 5 years upper limit because as we are looking at the number of transactions on UPI continue to grow, through Sahamati we would be able to take consent for our transactions being given to let's say multiple bankers, multiple lenders, and then they would be able to offer rates which competitive rates, and that's when we would have done away with 365% kind of
I think at the moment we must be transacting something like 24 lakh crores on UPI on a monthly basis. Is there a ballpark number that we have in terms of digital lending across the entire banking system?
No, I don't think. Maybe Hemant will have some idea on the aggregated number, but most banks will usually report about 20 to 30% depending on the line of business.
Okay.
The unsecured is usually higher, about 60 to 90%. Cards usually is a lot higher, at least the acquisition side. Secured, depending on again the kind of product, home loans would be a lot lesser, car loans would be somewhere in the middle. SME is the new category which is now gradually picking up in terms of more rapid digitization.
Okay. Hemant, when you speak to bank managements, what is their take on cybersecurity? On a daily basis, frontline newspapers are dominated by one scam or the other, pensioner being robbed of his money, you know, brokering is a space which has seen a lot of scams happening. Where do we stand in terms of cybersecurity globally as far as the banking sector is concerned?
I mean, look, banks are quite cognizant, at least the CEOs that I've spoken with, they're very cognizant and very aware of like cybersecurity risks. Lot of, there have been specific SOCs that have been set up, and now it's like, resilience operation control ROCs also are being set up. So those are definitely an emerging risk. Look, part of the challenges were also in the legacy, technology systems that a lot of banks were operating on, and subsequently, significant investments are being made on the technology side and to make the transactions a lot more safer. This is a shared concern. It's across the banking industry, as well as, not just nationally, but also I would say internationally. And there are many efforts that have gone across the banking organizations as well. So I think it's a game. We figure out something, and then I think the big cyber syndicates, they figure out something, and then you have to run by one.
Well, it's a cat and mouse game.
Yeah, it's always a cat and mouse game, and you have to keep investing. You have to keep working through these, and it's the more we invest in technology, the better we become with this.
Okay. The final set of questions to you, Mr. Chugh. When do you think the digital business of a public sector bank, the new digital business of a public sector bank will exceed its legacy business?
It also depends on, what the bank is. Like in SBI, which is 218 years old. Yeah. Mr. Khara used to call it 218 years young. But yeah, we have so many lines of businesses and so many other different things that we do across the franchise, that to believe that everything will become digital or digital will exceed all of that, I think is a bit of a hypothesis right now, which is not yet validated. So we are not in a hurry to do that. And I don't think it is even an aspiration that digital should overtake the traditional way of doing business and all lines of businesses. Yes, in some businesses it is very, very imminent, if it hasn't happened already, that these will be much more than the traditional lines, but maybe not in all.
Within SBI, where has it happened?
So it's already happened in the unsecured. And now we are seeing that happen, picking up in SME, we are seeing that pick up in, let's say, a lot of categories of top-up loans. Top-up loans actually are predominantly digital. They are not so much physical. Now we are seeing the new KCC category also emerging, because there we've been able to digitize the whole workflow end-to-end, along with RBI Innovation Hub and what we did with the DFS. So those pilots are being run, and if that happens, it's a very significant jump from the way that whole business was done.
Okay. Mr. Desai, final question to you. Will there come a time when somebody will approach Nucleus Software and say that I want to buy these 5 stacks off the shelf, start a digital lending business, and maybe 3 years from now have $1 billion in terms of valuation?
Oh, certainly. I think the component-wise demand has already started coming.
Okay.
And it's going to happen soon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hemant, the final word to you. Is this an eventuality happening in India, that a banking unicorn will emerge, which will be a digital lender and will be there in the next 3 years?
So I don't know about 3 years, but I think it's certainly going to happen. So, and I'll take this opportunity to also, answer some of the objections that my friend Nitin had raised. Look, I still feel from a technology perspective, something is going to happen. If you look at Meta, if you look at Google, Microsoft, what is their biggest area of interest outside of core technology, information-based business, data-based businesses that they have created? It's financial services. Every few years there is an attempt. Apple launched a card, Meta tried something on financial services, they wanted to also launch their own currency, and there have been failed attempts, but they need to be successful only once. Only once. The scale at which they operate and the speed at which they are able to scale up, they just need to be successful once, and they will dominate a whole bunch, whole lot of systems. Look at what happened to broking. We had majority of banks had securities companies, and they used to do a whole bunch of broking and all. Now look at what is happening with broking. By the way, lending and wealth management are 2 areas where banks make money. Okay, most amount of money. And if you look at unsecured lending, Forget unsecured lending. I think Nitin talked about secured lending. Please look up this company called Rocket Mortgage in US. It is not a bank. It was never a bank. It was a it was initially a broker that became a technology company. They only have an app backed by a call center, and they are the largest lender in the world, secured lender. And they do it differently. They do it differently from banks, and they keep capturing market share every year. And by the way, they sell their technology. So they have become such a large technology company that they sell their call center services. Their call center is highly analytics driven. They sell their call center services, the analytics behind call center, and the technology on the app technology. They have become separate companies. So so it's a different world being created. How I have not come across, I've worked with a bunch of banks, and look, me not coming across doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I've not come across a single sophisticated model that or banks have created that's based on transaction data. So there is large amount of transaction data that is sitting with the banks. I've not come across any sophisticated model any of the banks have created that uses transaction data at scale. I hope Nitin has created something, but until I have seen it, I have not come across.
This is a wonderful debate happening.
Many such models, not just one.
Please.
No, I just wanted to respond to the last point that I don't know about the other banks, but we can show you tons of
That's lovely. That's good to know.
On both the customer acquisition side, cross-sell, risk management, fraud detection, you name it, everything.
So here's to doubling of the SBI market capitalization over the next 1 year, and the man responsible would be Mr. Chugh. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Just as our northern neighbor says, may we live in interesting times. I am sure the banking technological landscape is one of those. Thank you so much for your time. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did.
Thank you very much indeed, gentlemen, Mr. Chugh, Mr. Desad, and Mr. Jhajaria. Thank you for all your inputs and insights, and thank you, Shailendra, once again for another engaging session. A huge round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. And ladies and gentlemen, we are, of course, very privileged to have some very eminent speakers with us today. We are now joined by a stalwart from Maharashtra, Shri Mangal Prabhat Lodha, the Honorable Minister of Skill Development, Employment and Innovation in the Maharashtra government, is joining us. He, of course, is also the Guardian Minister of Mumbai, and we are truly privileged to be in his presence today. A very warm welcome, sir. And we now have a session on Mumbai, the maximum city, Mumbai, the financial capital. Once again, welcome, sir, and we look forward to hearing your thoughts. Siddharth, of course, takes the lead once again on this session. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I think we can appreciate the presence of the Honorable Minister with a huge round of applause. Thank you.
Namaskar. I'll request everyone to please settle down in the audience. Shell, your phone is backstage with Radhika. Just requesting everyone to please settle down. It's our great privilege and honor that Lodhaji has made the time to come here. And as he was coming in, I was trying to decide कि प्रश्न क्या पूछें. Now he has worn many hats in his life, but आज मैं आपसे जो चर्चा करना चाह रहा हूँ उसके पीछे दो रीज़न हैं. एक, मुंबई हमारी फाइनेंशियल राजधानी है और कईयों ने प्रयास किए और प्रयास चलते रहेंगे, बट मुंबई फाइनेंशियल राजधानी है. दूसरा, रियल एस्टेट का भी कैपिटल है. आपका अनुभव इन सब विषयों से है, इसलिए पहला प्रश्न मेरा कि आज रेरा के आने के बाद बैंक फंडिंग और बाकी जो क्लीन अप हुआ है रियल एस्टेट में, ये कितना महत्वपूर्ण है जिससे साधारण व्यक्ति को भी और अमीर से अमीर व्यक्ति को भी आज इतने बढ़िया क्वालिटी के बट इतने महंगे घर भी मिल पा रहे हैं.
ऑनेस्टली स्पीकिंग, हमारे पंत प्रधान माननीय नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी ने जो बहुत अच्छे अच्छे निर्णय लिए हैं, उसमें एक बड़ा निर्णय रेरा के इंट्रोडक्शन का है. रेरा के पहले क्या हालत थी और रेरा के बाद में क्या है, इसका यदि फर्क जानना हो तो रेरा के पहले हर 100 बिल्डिंग में से 50 बिल्डिंग में कुछ न कुछ इलीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन या इलीगल एग्रीमेंट की टर्म्स कुछ न कुछ होता था. रेरा के बाद में 99% एग्रीमेंट क्लीन होते हैं, बिल्डिंग एज पर लॉ बनती है. इट्स ए बिग प्रोटेक्टिव अम्ब्रेला टू ऑल द फ्लैट ओनर्स एंड यूजर्स. सो इसके बाद और एक बड़ा फायदा ये हुआ कि जो कभी कभी बरसात के अंदर नाले में जब ज़्यादा पानी आ जाता है तो बीएमसी सफाई करे कि नहीं करे, शहर की अपना आप सफाई हो जाती है, क्योंकि ज़्यादा पानी के साथ में सब कचरा बाहर निकल जाता है. तो वैसा ही इस रेरा में आने के बाद में हुआ. जो लोग फ्लाई बाय नाइट रियल एस्टेट में आ गए थे, सब लोगों को कंपल्सरीली बाहर जाना पड़ा. और अब ये एक प्रोफेशनल कॉम्पिटिटिव एटमॉस्फेयर मुंबई नहीं पूरे देश में बचा है. हेड्स ऑफ टू श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी. और महाराष्ट्र के अंदर तो माननीय देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी के नेतृत्व में पहले भी उन्होंने बहुत अच्छे तरीके से रियल एस्टेट के बारे में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का सपोर्ट करते हुए रियल एस्टेट को आगे बढ़ने देना, ये जितना जरूरी बिजनेस इस मुंबई शहर के अंदर है, उतना ही जरूरी बिजनेस के अंदर काम करने वाले लोगों के लिए अफोर्डेबल घर, अच्छे घर और कन्वीनियंट घर देना भी है. उन्होंने अच्छा बैलेंस किया है.
लोधा जी, 11-12 साल पहले 2013-14 तक ऐसी नौबत आ गई थी देश भर में, केवल मुंबई महाराष्ट्र की बात नहीं हो रही है, जहां पे लोगों के जो स्वप्न थे एक अपना घर हो, वो स्वप्न कंकाल में बदल गए थे. इनकम्प्लीट प्रोजेक्ट्स थे. आपने जिस चीज का उल्लेख किया, बैंक फाइनेंसिंग के इशू थे, बहुत बड़ा रियल एस्टेट बबल भी हुआ. आज अगर हम रियल एस्टेट में सबसे बड़ा प्रश्न किसी से पूछें, और हमारे पास हमारी चैनल पे प्लेटफॉर्म्स पे लोग आके प्रश्न पूछते हैं, घर इतने महंगे हो गए और खासकर कोविड के बाद केवल लक्जरी सुपर प्रीमियम मकान बिक रहे हैं. जो अफोर्डेबल हाउसिंग थी, आपने सरकार का उल्लेख किया, उन्होंने प्रयास भी किए, वो शायद चल नहीं पा रही है. आपको क्या लगता है कि इसके पीछे कारण क्या है?
नहीं, यहाँ बैंक्स के सब हुज हु बैठे हैं और करीब करीब हर बैंक्स के अंदर हाउसिंग लोन की ब्रांच होती है. तो क्वांटम भली लग्जूरियस हाउसिंग का लोन का ज़्यादा होगा अमाउंट में, पर यदि आप नंबर ऑफ कस्टमर ढूंढेंगे तो मैं पक्का मान के चलता हूं कि अफोर्डेबल हाउसिंग का ज़्यादा है. जितने हमको दिखते हैं बड़ी बड़े घर या बड़ी बड़ी बिल्डिंग्स जहां 2 करोड़, 1 करोड़, 5 करोड़ से लेकर 25 करोड़ तक के फ्लैट हैं, वो नंबर कम है. पर इसके साथ में जहां पर आज भी 25 लाख, 30 लाख, 50 लाख, 75 लाख के जो फ्लैट बन रहे हैं, वो नंबर बहुत ज़्यादा है. पर लोगों को मुंबई की एक खासियत है, मुंबई के अंदर हर आदमी बेस्ट चाहता है और बेस्ट के लिए जो अफोर्ड कर सकते हैं वो बेस्ट घर लेते हैं. और ये मुंबई के बढ़ने का एक कारण है कि यहाँ के लोगों को हर चीज़ में अपनी पसंद की चीज़, अपनी चॉइस की चीज़ पसंद करके इंटेलिजेंटली लेते हैं. और इसीलिए यहाँ की हाउसिंग की डिमांड अभी भी कम नहीं हुई है, ना कभी होगी.
कम नहीं हुई है और ना कभी होगी. क्या लक्जरी मार्केट भी इसी स्पीड पे, रफ्तार से बढ़ता रहेगा, कि कहीं आपको लगता है कि अब लक्जरी मार्केट की जो रेट है और जो साइज है अब उसमें पीक आ गया है?
नहीं, पीक नहीं आएगा. उसका कारण ये है कि माननीय नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारत जो आगे बढ़ रहा है, इट्स नॉट ए पॉलिटिकल स्टेटमेंट, वी ऑल एग्री ऑन इट, कि आज से 10-15 साल पहले, मोदी साहब के आने के पहले, 15 साल के पहले के 10 साल गिन लीजिए, कितना सारा कंफ्यूजन था. अभी वो कंफ्यूजन दूर होके कितना कॉन्फिडेंस आ गया है. और ये कॉन्फिडेंस भारत को आगे बढ़ रहा है, भारत में रहने वाले लोगों को आगे बढ़ा रहा है, भारत के बिजनेसमैन को आगे बढ़ा रहा है. और इसके लिए भारत की इकोनॉमी बूम करेगी, भारत आगे बढ़ता जाएगा. कोई हमारा साथ दे तो उसको साथ में लेके आगे जाएंगे, कोई हमको रोकने की कोशिश करेगा तो उसको साइड में करके आगे जाएंगे. पर भारत का माननीय नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में आगे बढ़ना पक्का है. मैं जितना समझ रहा हूं, मोदी जी ये जो इस बार के 5 साल हैं, इन 5 सालों के अंदर बहुत ज्यादा ध्यान देश के इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट की तरफ देने वाले हैं. उसमें इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर भी आता है, उसमें एग्रीकल्चर भी आता है, उसमें इंडस्ट्रीज भी आती है. पर वो भारत को इतना आगे लेकर जाएंगे कि जो कि आप यदि उसका कंपेयर करना चाहते हैं तो केवल गुजरात से कर सकते हैं. मोदी साहब के आने के पहले गुजरात के अंदर हर साल कभी अकाल पड़ता था, कहीं पानी की प्रॉब्लम थी, इंडस्ट्रीज बहुत कम थी, जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटीज बहुत कम थी. मोदी साहब के पीरियड पूरा करते करते समय गुजरात कहाँ चला गया. आने वाले समय में भारत वही होगा जो कि उन्होंने गुजरात में कर दिखाया. बिकॉज ही इज ए मैन ऑफ एक्शन, ही इज ए मैन ऑफ विजन एंड ही हैज ए कमिटमेंट to do that, and he has a capabilities to execute it. So he will execute all his plan in time.
आपने गुजरात का उल्लेख किया, तो गुजरात में गिफ्ट सिटी है. कई लोग ये मानते हैं कि कई प्रोजेक्ट महाराष्ट्र से ले लिए गए और गुजरात गए, महाराष्ट्र का नुकसान हुआ. और गिफ्ट सिटी भी कहीं ना कहीं मुंबई जो आर्थिक राजधानी, फाइनेंशियल राजधानी है हमारी, उस पर असर पड़ेगा. आपका क्या कहना है इस विषय में?
नहीं, ये तो एक बहती हुई गंगा है, कोई किसी को रोक नहीं पाता. किसी को गिफ्ट सिटी में जाना है तो वो गिफ्ट सिटी में जाएगा, किसी को बेंगलोर में जाना है वो बेंगलोर में जाएगा. पर दुनिया में कोई भी आदमी जब भारत में आना चाहता है तो उसकी नज़र में सबसे पहले मुंबई ध्यान में आती है. और मुंबई में रहने वाला आदमी, मुंबई की आदतें ऐसी है, मुंबई की लाइफ ऐसी है कि जो एक बार मुंबई में रह गया वो मुंबई छोड़कर कभी जा नहीं सकता. और इसके लिए अहमदाबाद हो, गिफ्ट सिटी हो, जो भी होना है होता रहेगा, सब अपना अपनी तरह से आगे बढ़ते रहेंगे. पर मुंबई का कंपैरिजन कभी हो नहीं पाएगा. मुंबई भारत की आर्थिक कैपिटल है, मुंबई दुनिया का अट्रैक्शन है, मुंबई अच्छे लोगों की अच्छी सिटी है, जहां प्रोफेशनल लोग रहते हैं, जो मेहनत करके आगे बढ़ना चाहते हैं, जो ईमानदारी से लाइफ के अंदर अपना खुद का स्थान पाना चाहते हैं. और यह मुंबई की सबसे बड़ी ताकत है कि यहाँ का जो डब्बे वाला है उसकी भी कभी कोई शिकायत नहीं करता, और जो टेलर है वो जिंदगी भर महिलाओं के, पुरुषों के सबके मेजरमेंट करता है, उसकी भी कोई शिकायत नहीं करता. और बड़े बड़े इंडस्ट्रीज के साथ में भी यहाँ पर सबको ऑनर होता है काम करने का. मुंबई इज मुंबई, nobody can replace and beat Mumbai.
Maximum City, a round of applause for this point because we have this event in Bombay. आपने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की बात की, और मैंने जीवन में जब काम शुरू किया तो 1997 जून में यहीं पे काम नारीमान पॉइंट पे शुरू किया था. और मुझे लगता है कि तब से लगातार मुंबई में रह के आते जाते जितनी कंस्ट्रक्शन मुंबई में अब हो रही है, ये पहले कब नहीं हुई. तो इसमें दो पहलू हैं. कंस्ट्रक्शन हो रही है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर रह रहा है, बहुत बढ़िया बात है. बट अगर आप लोगों से पूछें कि हर जगह सब कुछ खुदा हुआ है तो लोग परेशान भी हैं. आप मुंबई के एक प्रकार से, जो आप पालक मंत्री हैं, आप सारा जानते हैं, रियल एस्टेट भी समझते हैं, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर समझते हैं. ऐसा क्यों है? कहीं पे कमी रह रही है कि बहुत ज्यादा काम एक साथ ले लिया गया है?
ऐसा है कि आपका ऑब्जर्वेशन सही है कि मुंबई जगह जगह से खुदी हुई है, पर जो खुदी हुई मुंबई होती है उसके बाद में जो कोस्टल रोड बनी है वो भी खुदी हुई जगह में से ही कोस्टल रोड का निर्माण हुआ है. इट्स ए इंजीनियरिंग मिरेकल. ऐसा कोस्टल रोड जो साथ में सीलिंग के साथ लिंक होकर, कोई कभी इसके पहले कोई भाषण करता या प्रेजेंटेशन करता तो यहाँ जो बैठे हुए हैं इसमें से 10% लोग भी 10 साल पहले विश्वास नहीं करते कि ऐसा कोस्टल रोड बन जाएगा. माननीय देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी ने उसको प्लान किया, परमिशन लेके ही काम शुरू किया, और अभी लास्ट ब्रांच का भी अभी 1 महीने पहले इनॉग्रेशन किया. सो जो मुंबई आपको खुदी हुई दिख रही है वो आप उसको ऐसा समझ लीजिए कि वो बर्थ पेन्स हैं. अच्छा, बच्चे के जन्म लेने के पहले माँ को पेन होता है, वैसे मुंबई को भी पेन हो रहा है. पर जब बच्चे का जन्म हो जाएगा, सारे हमारे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलप हो जाएंगे, तो सबसे ज़्यादा एंजॉय माँ करती है, और ये मुंबई शहर भी अपने सारे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को एंजॉय करेगा.
आपकी और आपकी सरकार में मुख्यमंत्री जी, उप मुख्यमंत्री जी, कार्यशैली में क्या परिवर्तन है? क्योंकि उद्धव ठाकरे सरकार के समय हमने देखा लगभग हर मेजर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट पे सवाल उठा, एनवायरनमेंट का सवाल उठा, कुछ और सवाल उठे, डिलेज होते गई. कई लोग यहाँ पे इंडस्ट्री के लोग हैं, प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजर्स भी रहे होंगे, प्रोजेक्ट फाइनेंस कर चुके हैं. अब अंतर क्या है तब से?
नहीं, देखिए ऐसा है कि मैं, उद्धव साहब भी एक बड़े नेता हैं, उनके बारे में कुछ कमेंट करने का मेरे को अधिकार भी नहीं है. और इंडिया टुडे जैसा एक भारत का सबसे अच्छी मैगजीन, इंडिया टुडे नाम आपने क्यों रखा मुझे पता नहीं है, पर आज की डेट में जो टुडेज इंडिया जो बना हुआ है उसको इतनी सी स्थिति लाने में इंडिया टुडे की मैगजीन का भी बड़ा रोल है. और इसलिए इस स्टेज के ऊपर तो मैं कुछ भी ऐसा उनके बारे में कमेंट नहीं करूंगा. पर मैं इतना जरूर मानता हूं कि ही हैज फेल्ड हिमसेल्फ मिजरेबली. ही गॉट ए चांस टू लीड द स्टेट. ये एक महाराष्ट्र सैकड़ों सालों से दुनिया को, भारत को लीड करता है. छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज ने यहीं से हिंदुस्तान के अंदर हिंदवी स्वराज्य की स्थापना की थी. टाटा ने जो यहाँ पर इंडस्ट्री के एस्टेब्लिश की, आज भी टाटा का नाम दुनिया के अंदर किसी टाटा का नाम से कोई प्रोडक्ट होता है तो उसमें उसको किसी को डिटेल देखने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती कि इसकी क्वालिटी क्या है और रेट क्या है। ये जो मुंबई की खासियत है, इस मुंबई के अंदर उद्धव ठाकरे साहब को गवर्न करने के लिए मौका मिला था, उन्होंने उसको जाने दिया। उनके मन में क्या क्या बातें थी भगवान को मालूम या उनको मालूम। मुझे तो शायद ये भी लगता है कि उनके दिमाग में कभी कुछ बात रहती थी, कभी कुछ बात रहती थी, पर हमने उसका भुगतान किया। कोई जरूरी नहीं थी मेट्रो को रोकने का, कोई जरूरत नहीं थी सारे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को रोक देने का। आज मुंबई के अंदर यदि उस समय के 2.5 ब्लैक ईयर नहीं आए होते तो अभी तक देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी उस समय तक कंटिन्यू कर गए होते, हमारी सरकार कंटिन्यू कर गई होती, तो मेट्रो अभी तक चल रहा होता। और मेट्रो अभी तक चल रहा होता तो मुंबई के लोगों की लाइफ बहुत अच्छी होती है। हम अभी भी कभी दिल्ली में जाते हैं, बड़े शहरों में जाते हैं, यदि अच्छी मेट्रो है तो हम गाड़ी छोड़ के मेट्रो में जाना पसंद करते हैं। 2 साल इंतजार करिए, मुंबई में अभी जो मेट्रो का जाल बिछ रहा है उसके बाद में आपको पता लगेगा। अभी जैसे कोई विश्वास नहीं करता कि कोस्टल रोड के बाद में कई सारी रोड्स जो कभी बम्पर टू बम्पर गाड़ियां चलती थी वो खाली हो गई हैं। मेट्रो जब पूरा हो जाएगा तो मुंबई की यही हालत होगी कि लोग गाड़ियां स्टेशन पे छोड़ के मेट्रो से सफर करेंगे। उद्धव ठाकरे साहब ने वो अपॉर्चुनिटी लूज की।
आपने मेट्रो की बात की, ये बड़ा एक मेरे हिसाब से आपका इस पे जो उत्तर होगा बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण होगा। हमने देखा हैदराबाद में सरकार बदली और चुनावी एक वायदा था मेट्रो में महिलाओं को फ्री राइड दी जाए, और बाकी जगहों पे भी हो रही है। कई लोग सब्सिडी दे रहे हैं सरकार से, और वहां हमने देखा कि उस मेट्रो प्रोजेक्ट के रिटर्न ऑन कैपिटल पे ही सवाल उठाया। मुंबई है, कई प्रकार की योजनाएं आपकी सरकार ने भी दी हैं, कहीं ये खतरा यहां के मेट्रो पे तो नहीं बाद में आने वाला? लोधा जी
नहीं, माननीय देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी साहब ने एक बहुत स्पष्ट बात अभी 1 महीने भर पहले की थी। उन्होंने बोला था कि हम टाइट रोप पे चल रहे हैं, हमारी इकोनॉमी बहुत ज्यादा, हम कैश सरप्लस नहीं रहेंगे, पर जो हमने कमिट किया है, जो हमने डेवलपमेंट के बारे में सोचा है, वो सब हम बिना कंप्रोमाइज के पूरा करेंगे। अब आपके मन में सवाल आ सकता है, यहां बैठे हुए कई लोगों के मन में सवाल आ सकता है कि नहीं ये तो पॉलिटिकल भाषण है, आप इतने सारे रुपए लाडकी बहना पे खर्च करने के बाद में आप इसको क्यों समझ रहे हो कि आपके पास में पैसा सरप्लस रहेगा। तो लाडकी बहन योजना जो आप नाम नहीं ले रहे हैं, पर सबसे बड़ा कैश आउटफ्लो पे जा रहा है, आप सब इस बात को मानते हैं, मैं भी मानता हूं, ठीक है। तो उसमें क्या होने वाला है? इट इज नॉट ए डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ मनी। अब आप देखेंगे तो लाडकी बहन योजना में 50% से ज्यादा बहनों ने अपने महिला बचत गट बना लिए हैं। वो 1500 रुपए जमा करके उसके अंदर डाल रही हैं, उसमें से कोई 4-5 महिला गुट बना के अपनी फैक्ट्री, अपना बिजनेस शुरू कर रही हैं। ये दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा एनजीओ बन जाएगा लाडकी बहन योजना का आउटपुट। और आप विश्वास रखिए कि 2-3 साल के बाद के अंदर कभी आपके ही अखबार में, इंडिया टुडे में न्यूज छपेगी कि जो यूएनओ से आए थे, कि यूएसए से एक टीम आई है, वो भारत में बड़ी बड़ी इंडस्ट्रियों के अलावा लाडकी बहन योजना का स्टडी करने के लिए भी गई है। इतनी ये सक्सेस होने वाली है। इट इज नॉट वेस्टेज ऑफ मनी, इट्स ए इन्वेस्टमेंट ऑफ द मनी इन 50% ऑफ द पॉपुलेशन विच वर डिनाइड देयर राइट बिफोर।
लोधा जी, आप उद्योगपति रहे हैं कुछ वर्षों से, अब आप सामाजिक कार्यों में ज्यादा समय दे रहे हैं, पर आपने बैलेंस शीट जिंदगी भर देखा है। तो आपके निजी फर्म का बैलेंस शीट और महाराष्ट्र राज्य का अपना बैलेंस शीट, तो जो बैलेंस शीट पे लोग सवाल उठा रहे हैं लाडकी बहन योजना या बाकी योजनाओं के कारण, मैंने फडणवीस जी से ये सवाल दावोस में भी पूछा था महीना भर पहले। आपको क्या लगता है कि महाराष्ट्र का जो बैलेंस शीट है वो बैंकेबल बैलेंस शीट रहेगा?
देखिए, सॉरी, मैं एक बीजेपी पार्टी का मेंबर हूं, इसलिए मेरे हर बात को इस एंगल से देखा जा सकता है कि मैं अपने लीडर्स को या अपनी पार्टी को प्रोटेक्ट कर रहा हूं। पर आप 2014-19 में माननीय देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी के समय उन्होंने जल सीवर योजना शुरू की थी। आज जितना लाडकी बहना का क्रिटिसिज्म हो रहा है, उससे ज्यादा क्रिटिसिज्म उस समय उसका हुआ था। अब उसका रिजल्ट क्या निकला है? उसका रिजल्ट ये निकला है कि जहां जहां पर जल सीवर योजना के अंदर छोटे छोटे डैम बने, वहां पर वाटर लेवल ऊपर आ गया। वाटर लेवल ऊपर आ गया तो किसानों को बाद में लोन माफ करने की शायद थोड़े दिनों बाद जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ेगी, क्योंकि उसकी खेत अपना आप सोना उगलेगा। तो ये कोई इकोनॉमिक ये जो विजार्ड होते हैं वो ये सोच सकते हैं। और मेरी समझ ऐसी है कि माननीय देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी को इकोनॉमी की बहुत अच्छी समझ है और वो जो कुछ करते हैं उसका एंड रिजल्ट पहले करके फिर बाद में पहला कदम आगे उठाते हैं। और इसके लिए हमारी बैलेंस शीट अच्छी रहेगी, आज भी अच्छी है। और आपने 1 साल के बाद में इंडिया टुडे के प्रोग्राम में वापस बुलाया तो वापस आपको उस समय आज से भी और अच्छी नजर आएगी।
जरूर बुलाएंगे। 1 महीने बाद यहाँ पे भारत के सबसे बेस्ट सीईओज का भी कार्यक्रम हम यही इसी सभागार में करने वाले हैं। आखिरी 1-2 प्रश्न पूछूंगा। एक प्रश्न ब्याज दरों से जुड़ा हुआ है, क्योंकि आप रियल एस्टेट को समझते हैं। हमने पिछले कुछ समय में देखा कि ब्याज दरें जो हैं वो काफी बढ़ी रहीं। अब जाके आरबीआई ने कुछ उसमें परिवर्तन लाना शुरू किया है, 25% आज एक बड़े बैंक ने अनाउंस किया है। क्या ब्याज दरों को लेके भी थोड़ी कहीं परेशानी है, खासकर अफोर्डेबल हाउसिंग सेगमेंट में? क्योंकि पैसा बहुत महंगा है, उद्योग के लिए भी पैसा महंगा है लोधा जी, और जो होम बायर है उसके लिए भी ये पैसा महंगा है।
मैंने मेरी सारी जिंदगी रियल एस्टेट किया है। 5 साल पहले, मैं वैसे 35 साल से मैं पब्लिक लाइफ में एमएलए हूं, पर मैंने 5 साल पहले पूरा बिजनेस छोड़ दिया। मैंने मेरी लाइफ का स्टार्टिंग 1800 रुपये की नौकरी से किसी के यहाँ किया था। उसके बाद में मेटल सप्लाई का बिजनेस करता था, खूब मार खा खा के तकलीफ पापा के यहाँ पर आया हूँ, इसलिए मुझे ग्राउंड की पूरी समझ है। मैं पूरे विश्वास के साथ मैं आपको कह सकता हूँ, एक भी रियल एस्टेट कंपनी ब्याज से नुकसान में नहीं जाती है। एक भी रियल एस्टेट कंपनी को ब्याज का लॉस नहीं होता है। लॉस और नुकसान कब होता है कि जब या तो आप डाइवर्सिफाई कर दो, या आपकी बर्थडे पार्टी के अंदर एक स्पेशल फ्लाइट लेके सबको जकार्ता लेके जा रहे हो और वहां पे 7 स्टार होटल के अंदर पार्टी कर रहे हो। ये सब लोगों के पैसों से जब होता है तब आप नाम लेते हैं कि हमारा ब्याज का रेट ज्यादा है, सरकार के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर चार्जेस ज्यादा है। ये सब सच नहीं है। सच आपकी ईमानदारी है। लोगों को लिए हुए पैसों को यदि आप लोगों का आपके प्रति विश्वास का डिपॉजिट समझ के यदि आप उसका बिल्डिंग का डेवलपमेंट करते हो तो कभी आपको कोई ब्याज की मार नहीं पड़ती। और भारत के अंदर ब्याज कभी भी तकलीफ नहीं देता है। भारत के लोग बाई बर्थ बैंकर हैं, आज से नहीं है। ये तो जो आप बड़े बड़े बैंकर्स का सम्मान कर रहे हैं वो तो सम्मान के लायक है ही नहीं है, पर उससे भी ज्यादा हमारे भारत के अंदर आज से 50, 100 नहीं 1000 साल पहले से जो हमारे परिवार की महिलाएं हैं वो बैंकर हैं। और जब परिवार में कुछ भी नहीं होता, सब जगह से लोन मिलना बंद हो जाता है, तो घर की माँ या आपकी वाइफ निकाल के लाती है खजाना कि ये लो इतने पैसे लेके जाओ, तुम्हारा बिजनेस तुम वापस करो। सी इज ए बैंकर। वो छोटा छोटा सेविंग करती रहती है। ये हमारे कल्चर में ऑनेस्टी, सेविंग, समय आने के ऊपर लोगों का विश्वास नहीं तोड़ना, ये हमारे कल्चर में है और ये दुनिया में केवल भारत के अंदर है। दैट इज द रीजन भारत आगे जा रहा है और आगे जाएगा। भारत को कोई रोक नहीं पाएगा।
मैंने जो पहले आपसे पूछा था उसी के विषय में फिर से पूछ रहा हूं कि जो होम लोन लेने वाले व्यक्ति के लिए क्या ब्याज की जो दरें हैं क्या एक समस्या है? आपको लगता है कि थोड़ा अगर उसमें गिरावट हो तो थोड़ा वहां पे और गति पकड़ेगा?
देखिए, हर चीज में गिरावट हो तो सबको अच्छी लगती है। आप यहाँ पर यदि आज शाम को डिनर सबको कराने वाले हैं तो 3000 की प्लेट यदि होटल वाला आपसे 2000 चार्ज करेगा तो सबको अच्छा लगेगा। पर वो 3000 चार्ज करेगा तो अच्छी सर्विस दे सकता है, अच्छा एटमॉस्फेयर दे सकता है, तो उसको उसका खेल खेलने दीजिए। हम हमारा खेल खेलते रहते हैं। ब्याज के कारण कोई फ्लैट वाला रुकता नहीं है, क्योंकि अभी बैंकर्स ने बहुत इजी इंस्टॉलमेंट और बहुत सारे अलग अलग पैकेजेस दे रखे हैं। और सरकार भी चाहती है कि लोगों के अपने घर हों। माननीय मोदी साहब पहले से कहा करते थे कि ये रेंटल जो सिस्टम है उसकी बजाय ओनरशिप का। आपको मैं एक बताऊंगा, आश्चर्यजनक बात, आपको पता है कि नहीं पता, 28 तारीख को या शायद 25 तारीख को, मैं एग्जैक्ट थोड़ा सा डेट भूल रहा हूं, महाराष्ट्र के अंदर माननीय अमित भाई शाह आने वाले हैं और आप 10 लाख अफोर्डेबल हाउसिंग को एक दिन के अंदर वो लोगों को की हैंडओवर करेंगे। तो ये महाराष्ट्र में बने घर तब उनको की हैंडओवर कर रहे हैं और बाकी लोगों को वो उसका पैसा ट्रांसफर कर रहे हैं। तो आप ये मतलब मैं तो समझता हूं कि एक भारत में जब जब दिक्कत आती है तब कोई न कोई व्यक्ति को भगवान दुनिया पर भारत में भेजता है, भारत को बचाने के लिए, भारत को बढ़ाने के लिए। वैसे ही नरेंद्र भाई मोदी हैं जो पिछले 70 साल के अंदर एक पर्टिकुलर पार्टी ने देश को बर्बाद किया। आजादी हमने इसके लिए नहीं पाई थी जो हमने पीछे अभी देख रहे थे। आजादी जिन्होंने आजादी की लड़ाई लड़ी थी उन्होंने अपने प्राण इसके लिए दिए थे कि उनको एक अलग भारत की कल्पना थी। अभी तो भूल ही गए कि उनका सपना क्या है। 70 साल के अंदर हमने इतना सब कचरा इकट्ठा कर दिया भारत के अंदर कि उसको साफ करते करते माननीय मोदी जी को भी बहुत तकलीफ हो रही है। पर मेरा विश्वास मेरा कायम है, आपका भी विश्वास कायम है, इसीलिए आप लोग अपने नए इन्वेस्टमेंट कर रहे हैं। कोई एक आदमी ऐसा है कि जिसको अपॉर्चुनिटी मिले और इन्वेस्टमेंट नहीं करेगा, आगे क्या होने वाला मैं भी रुक जाता हूं, कोई रुकने वाला नहीं है। एवरीबडी इज इन स्पीड बोट। तो भारत आगे बढ़ रहा है और साथ में महाराष्ट्र भी आगे बढ़ रहा है।
आपने क्योंकि नुकसान और इस प्रकार से जो पहले समय की बात कही थी एक उत्तर में, मैं आपसे ये प्रश्न पूछना चाहता हूं, जो हमने स्थिति देखी थी कि रियल एस्टेट में बैड डेट हो गया था, डिफॉल्ट हो गया था, इतनी कंपनीज बैंकरप्ट हो गई, लोगों को घर नहीं मिले थे, आपको लगता है कि वो अब समस्या परमानेंटली हल हो गई? कहीं ऐसा डर तो नहीं है कि फिर से वैसा एक साइकिल शुरू हो सकता है?
परमानेंटली हल हो गई है और इंडिया टुडे से ज्यादा अच्छा एनालिसिस और फ्यूचर कास्ट या तो कोई बड़ा ज्योतिषी कर सकता है या इंडिया टुडे कर सकता है। तो इंडिया टुडे के प्लेटफॉर्म से मैं आपको बता देता हूं कि अभी वापस आने वाला नहीं है, कोई चाहे तो भी नहीं आ सकता है, क्योंकि इतने माननीय मोदी साहब ने इसके अंदर ब्रेक लगा दी है। तो कोई चाहे तो भी गड़बड़ नहीं कर सकता है। पैसा जो आपका प्रोजेक्ट में आएगा वहां पर ही आपको यूज करना पड़ेगा, उसको आपको हिसाब देना पड़ेगा। और इससे ज्यादा एक अभी इज्जत का डर हो गया है। इसके पहले तो कई सारे लोग गलत करे थे तो मैं भी गलत कर लूं, क्या फर्क पड़ता है। अब कई सारे नहीं बचे हैं, अब कोई एक करेगा तो उसको यहां पर खड़ा कर दिया जाएगा। इसके लिए भारत के अंदर रियल एस्टेट के अंदर समझो या कोई भी बिजनेस में समझो, अब न तो कोई मलाया आएगा ना और कोई गलत आदमी आएगा कि उसको लंदन में या केनिया में भागना पड़ेगा। भारत का पैसा भारत के रहेगा, ना तो कोई बैंक डूबेगी, ना कोई बिल्डर डूबेगा, ना कोई बड़ा इंडस्ट्री वाला डूबेगा। यस, अभी भी राम राज्य नहीं आया है, इसलिए छोटी छोटी जो कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स के बारे में कभी कभी आप सुन लेते हैं, वो लोगों के ब्लाइंड फेथ का मिसयूज करते हैं। पर मैं जितना समझता हूं, मैं जितना मोदी साहब को और देवेंद्र जी को और अमित भाई को जानता हूं, दोज कल्प्रिट्स आर हैविंग देयर लास्ट डेज। 2 साल के बाद में यहां पर कोई प्रॉब्लम आने के बाद में ये लोग इसको अनदेखा नहीं करते हैं। हमको नहीं समझ में आ रहा है पर उन्होंने नोट कर लिया इस चीज को। और 2 साल के बाद के अंदर आप भारत में एक भी कोऑपरेटिव बैंक को डूबता हुआ नहीं देखोगे, लोगों के पैसे डूबते हुए नहीं देखोगे। ये मैं मेरे विश्वास के साथ में यहां पर आपके यहां भविष्यवाणी कर रहा हूं।
ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट भविष्यवाणी है, क्योंकि आपने उल्लेख किया और दिनेश खरा जी स्टेट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया जीवन उन्होंने दिया है अपना, वो यहाँ पे हैं। दिनेश जी, मैं आपसे एक रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, एक माइक यहाँ पे अगर तुरंत हम दे पाए।
आप यहाँ आइए ना, खरा साहब आप यहाँ आइए प्लीज।
तो आप बैठिए ना।
आपको मैं खड़े होकर नमस्ते करना चाहता हूं। आपने स्टेट बैंक को नहीं, पूरे बैंकिंग सिस्टम को कहां से कहां तक पहुंचा दिया।
दिनेश जी, जो रियल एस्टेट और बैंकिंग से संबंधित विषयों पे काफी इतने विस्तार से लोधा जी बोल रहे हैं, इसमें जैसे आप एक कोई टिप्पणी जोड़ना चाहें और अगर कोई प्रश्न भी हो तो हमारे सब लोगों के लिए बहुत अच्छा रहेगा।
नहीं, लोढ़ा साहब ने बहुत अच्छी बात कही है कि रेरा के आने के बाद जो एक कॉन्फिडेंस आ गया, वो एक बहुत बड़ी चीज़ है। और दूसरा जो आप एक सवाल पूछ रहे थे कि जो कुछ फ्लैट्स और जो बिल्डिंग्स जो कंप्लीट नहीं हुई और जिसमें कुछ लोगों को परेशानी हुई, उसमें एक्चुअली स्वामी फंड के थ्रू जो है काफ़ी फाइनेंस किया गया है। और कुछ ही दिन पहले जो है फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर भी यहीं पर थी, यूनियन फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर, और उन्होंने कुछ लोगों को कीज भी प्रोवाइड की है। तो आई थिंक वो एक सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का जो इनिशिएटिव था उससे बहुत राहत मिली है इस विषय में भी।
ये बहुत अच्छी बात आपने कही। आखिरी कुछ मिनट हमारे पास हैं, कार्यक्रम जो अगले चरण पे पहुंचने वाला है। लोधा जी, एक प्रश्न थोड़ा अगर आपका परमिशन हो तो बैंकिंग और इकोनॉमी से हटके थोड़ा राजनीतिक प्रश्न पूछ रहा हूं, क्योंकि पिछले कुछ दिनों में थोड़ी सी ऐसी अटकलबाजी हो रही है कि नई जो सरकार बनी है महाराष्ट्र में, सब उत्साहित हैं जिन लोगों ने यहाँ वोट दिया होगा, और जो हम जैसे लोग, मेरा वोट दिल्ली में है बाहर से देखते हुए, कि एक ऐसी सरकार है जो डबल इंजन की सरकार है, महायुति है, दिल्ली, सब लोग साथ में मिल रहे हैं। बट ऐसे कहीं ना कहीं पे र्यूमर कह लीजिए, खबरें आ रही हैं कि कहीं पे शिंदे जी खुश नहीं है, फडणवीस जी से बन नहीं रही है, तालमेल नहीं हो रही है। ये कहीं वाकई में सही खतरा तो नहीं है, क्योंकि इससे मार्केट, शेयर बाजार, सब लोग इसको बड़े ध्यान से देख रहे हैं।
तो यदि वो खतरे की चिंता आपको है या किसी शेयर वाले को है तो उसको निकाल दीजिए। आज शेयर मार्केट को 5-10% बढ़ने दीजिए, क्योंकि ये केवल इतना ही है कि घर में 1 बहू 2 बहू 3 बहू आ गई तो जो जेलिंग पीरियड लगता है वो जेलिंग पीरियड लग रहा है। अभी ऐसा है कि तीनों ही समझदार हैं, ये सीएम डीसीएम सब रहे हुए हैं और सबका 20, 25, 30 साल का पॉलिटिकल बैकग्राउंड है और सबको अगले 15, 20, 25 साल काम करना है और सबको ये मालूम है कि माननीय नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी, माननीय अमित भाई शाह की नज़रों में कुछ भी चीज़ छुपी हुई नहीं रहती है और महाराष्ट्र हमारे लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है और इसके लिए ये सब मिलकर काम करेंगे। आप अगले महीने जो सीईओज की मीटिंग ले रहे हैं उस सीईओ की मीटिंग में शायद आपको ये सवाल करने की भी जरूरत नहीं लगेगी, ऐसा 1 महीने के अंदर एटमॉस्फेयर सारा आपको अच्छा लगेगा।
चलिए, ये काफ़ी एक इम्पॉर्टेंट आपने क्लैरिफिकेशन दी है। मैं आपसे जब पिछली बारी मिला था उस टाइम एक सार्वजनिक कार्यक्रम में नहीं मिला था, मैं और मेरे एक साथी आपके पास मिलने आए थे, तब आप अपने ग्रुप की पूरी कमान संभाल के चीज़ों को संभाल रहे थे। तब से आपने एक प्रकार से, अगर मैं कहूँ, बिजनेस से संन्यास लिया है, पर सार्वजनिक जीवन में आप इतना समय दे रहे हैं। आपने ऐसा क्यों किया? और दूसरा, ये करके आपका अनुभव जो 6-7 वर्ष आपने इसमें लगाए हैं, तो कई लोग शायद ऐसा सोच रहे होंगे अपने उत्तराधिकारी के बारे में भी, आप उनको क्या नसीहत देंगे?
नहीं, देखिए ऐसा है कि बिजनेस मैंने जब किया खूब जम के किया और मन से किया, पर मेरे को बहुत पहले मैंने बच्चों से कह दिया था कि जिस दिन मेरे को ये लगेगा कि तुम मेरे से ज़्यादा होशियार हो गए हो, स्मार्ट हो गए हो, अच्छी तरह से हैंडल कर रहे हो, उस दिन मैं अपने आप को विड्रॉ कर लूँगा। मैं खारा साहब के पास में मेरे सन अभिषेक के साथ में गया था, कई बार गया था, उनको पता ये बात, और वो आपके सामने कहेंगे कि नहीं कहेंगे, अकेले में तो आपको कह देंगे कि अच्छा हुआ मंगल जी रिटायर हो गए तो अभिषेक ने ज़्यादा अच्छी तरीके से बिजनेस संभाल लिया। तो मैंने सोच समझ के ये बिजनेस में से रिटायरमेंट लिया और रिटायरमेंट लेने के बाद भी मैंने संन्यास नहीं लिया है। मैं अभी भी दूर से सब चीज़ वाच रखता हूँ, पर मैंने ईमानदारी से जो शपथ एज ए मंत्री राज्यपाल महोदय के सामने संविधान की ली थी, उस शपथ का मैं पूरा पालन करता हूँ। मैं मेरे बिजनेस को और मेरे राजनीति को कभी मिक्स नहीं करता हूँ। मेरे को इस बात को कहने में बहुत आनंद है कि मैंने आज तक मेरा बिजनेस का लाइफ मैंने 82 से स्वयं का छोटा सा बिजनेस शुरू किया था। 82 से अभी 18 और 35 कितने 43 साल हो गए, 25, तो 43-45 साल के अंदर मैंने एक भी गवर्नमेंट का प्लॉट नहीं लिया, न मेरे बच्चों को मैं लेने देता हूँ। मेरा ईमानदारी से मानना यह है कि ईमानदारी से काम करके भी खूब पैसा मिल जाता है। रिटायरमेंट या इसमें से अलग होना एक बहुत समझ का निर्णय था, क्योंकि आप जो सवाल पूछ रहे थे उसका जवाब ये है कि ये तो आपके जाने के बाद में बच्चे उसको टेक ओवर करते समय आप वहाँ रहोगे भी नहीं, उनको इमरजेंसी में भी गाइड करने के लिए। इससे बहुत अच्छा ये है कि आपके सामने ही आप उनको हैंड ओवर कर दो, ताकि दूर रह के थोड़ा बहुत जो कोच करता है। एक वो बहुत पहले पिक्चर आई थी शाहरुख खान की जिसमें हॉकी का मैच था, और हॉकी का मैच पिक्चर का नाम मैं भूल रहा हूँ, लड़कियों की टीम थी दोनों, वो किसी को याद हो तो, चक दे इंडिया। तो चक दे इंडिया के अंदर जब फाइनल गोल का सवाल आता है तो कोच होता है शाहरुख खान, वो ग्राउंड में नहीं होता है, पर उसके बाद भी उस गोल को बचाने का वो आंखों के इशारे से करके गोल को बचा के इंडिया को गोल्ड मेडल दिलाता है। तो यदि आप मैदान से बाहर हो गए हो तो भी यदि आप अवेलेबल हो तो अच्छा है कि आपकी टीम को आप गोल्ड मेडल दिला सकते हो। मैंने भी वही करने की कोशिश की।
आपने गोल्ड मेडल दिलाने की कोशिश की, बट गोल्ड की जब बात हो रही है तो कहीं ना कहीं पे ये प्रश्न लोगों के मन में आया होगा कि आपने भारत के रियल एस्टेट का पूरा एक साइकिल देखा है 40-42 साल में जो हुआ, और एक जमाना ये था, ऐसा कहा जाता था और सब लोग शायद इस बात से सहमत हो गए कि ब्लैक मनी पे ही पूरा रियल एस्टेट चलता था। और आज रेरा, उससे पहले डिमोनेटाइजेशन, अब डिजिटलाइजेशन, बाकी इनकम टैक्स में जितने कुछ बदलाव आए हैं, तो आज अगर आपसे ये मैं प्रश्न पूछूं कि भारत के रियल एस्टेट में कितना ब्लैक मनी अब बचा हुआ है, कितना चलता है, आप क्या कहेंगे?
देखिए ऐसा है, अभी मैं कहूँगा तो आप विश्वास करोगे कि नहीं करोगे मुझे पता नहीं है, पर मैं मेरी ईमानदारी से आपको जवाब दे रहा हूँ। मैंने मेरा पहला प्रोजेक्ट सिद्धार्थ बिल्डिंग नाला सुपारा के अंदर बनाई थी। उस समय उसकी फ्लैट की रेट थी 142 रुपीज़ पर स्क्वायर फीट, फुल वाइट में था। वो स्टेट बैंक के लिए हमने बाजू में एक कॉलोनी बनाई थी, स्टेट बैंक के क्लास 4 स्टाफ के क्वार्टर्स के लिए। तो ये जो एक सोच है कि सब इसमें ब्लैक ही होता है, वो सही सोच ही नहीं है। मेरा पर्सनल इंफॉर्मेशन और पर्सनल नॉलेज और पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस ये है कि कोई भी बिजनेसमैन ब्लैक में डील नहीं करना चाहता जिसको रात को आराम की नींद सोना होता है। पर चूंकि मेरे को किसी को आपको जमीन के लिए देना है या और किसी चीज के लिए खर्च करना है, उतना ही कवर करने के लिए आदमी करता है। अभी मोदी साहब ने सब बंद करवा दिया है, न किसी को देने की जरूरत पड़ती है न किसी से लेने की जरूरत पड़ती है। ब्लैक मनी इज आउट, एवरीथिंग इज वाइट।
रियल एस्टेट सेक्टर से जुड़े हुए लोग कहेंगे कि ना खाते हैं ना खाने देते हैं। दिक्कत कई लोगों के लिए रियल एस्टेट में काम करना भी मुश्किल हुआ है। लोधा जी, एक और इससे जो जुड़ी हुई बात आपने, क्योंकि रियल एस्टेट की बात हो रही है, हमने रियल एस्टेट सेक्टर में इतने सारे जिसे इकोनॉमिक बेनिफिट्स देखे जाते हैं कि स्टील इंडस्ट्री चलती है, टाइल इंडस्ट्री चलती है, कंस्ट्रक्शन चलता है, लेबर चलता है और काफी सुधार हुआ है। पर इतने साल हो गए जीएसटी आने के बाद भी राज्य के वित्त मंत्री और केंद्र सब उसको मिलके चला रहे हैं, पर रियल एस्टेट में टैक्सेशन को लेके जो जीएसटी से एक उम्मीद थी वो पूरी नहीं हुई है। क्या कभी हो पाएगा ये, कि बहुत जटिल विषय है?
नहीं, ऐसा है कि केवल रियल एस्टेट की बात नहीं है। हर जगह हर एक को लगता है कि हमारा टैक्स ज़्यादा है, टैक्स कम होना चाहिए। पर सरकार को सरकार चलानी है और सरकार को ये भी ध्यान रखना है कि जो लास्ट पॉइंट के ऊपर आदमी बैठा है उसके लिए मैं कुछ क्या हम कर सकते हैं। आज आप और मैं तो यहाँ पर गाड़ी के अंदर आए, एयर कंडीशन के अंदर बैठे हुए हैं। आज भी यहाँ पर 20-30% पॉपुलेशन भारत की ऐसी है जो खेत के अंदर ही खा के खेत में ही सो जाती है। तो यदि कोई भी अच्छी सरकार होगी तो उसके बारे में यदि नहीं सोचेगी तो सरकार कैसे चलेगी। इसलिए टैक्स लगता रहेगा। टैक्स का सिस्टम यही रहेगा कि बड़े बिजनेसमैन से, बड़े बिजनेसेस से ज़्यादा पैसा लिया जाएगा और नीडी को बांटा जाएगा। खाली इतना इसमें अच्छा होना चाहिए कि राजीव गांधी के जो 100 रुपये घर पे 15 रुपये पहुँचते थे, 85 रुपये बीच में रह जाते थे, वो भी नहीं होना चाहिए। मोदी साहब के समय 100 रुपये इकट्ठे किए जाते हैं और 100 रुपये डायरेक्ट ट्रांसफर से लोगों के पास में पहुँचते हैं।
और ये जनधन, आधार और मोबाइल की जो एक सक्सेस रही है वो है। आज कार्यक्रम में महाराष्ट्र के उप मुख्यमंत्री श्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी रहने वाले थे। आखिरी समय पे एक बैठक हुई, वो दिल्ली गए थे। दिल्ली के नवीन मुख्यमंत्री के उद्घाटन समारोह में वो पहुंच नहीं पाए, शायद देरी होगी और लोधा जी ने समय दिया है। लोधा जी, जाते जाते आपसे ये विषय, एक मैं जैसे आया तो एक किसी पुराने जान पहचान ने बोला कि भाई सिद्धार्थ, आप तो दिल्ली रहते हो, आपको वहाँ की ज़्यादा पता है, ये बताइए कि महिला मुख्यमंत्री क्यों बने दिल्ली में? तो मैंने कहा क्यों पूछ रहे हैं मेरे से? उन्होंने कहा नहीं, बाकी जितने एनडीए के राज्य हैं शायद उसमें ये पहली महिला मुख्यमंत्री हैं, तो ये किस कारण हुआ? तो मुझे लगता है अगर आप इस पे समझा पाएं तो शायद लोगों का थोड़ा फायदा होगा।
नहीं, एक तो महिला मुख्यमंत्री बनी और आज उसकी शपथ हुई, इसका फायदा ये हुआ कि शिंदे साहब को वहां जाना पड़ा और मुझे ही आने का मौका मिल गया है। राहुल जी का मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। राहुल जी जहां भी होंगे, राहुल जी मेरे बहुत पुराने मित्र हैं। आई हैव ए ग्रेट रेस्पेक्ट फॉर हिम। ही हैज कॉल्ड मी एंड टोल्ड मी दैट वी नीड यू एज ए नाइट वॉचमैन, सो आई एम हियर।
आपने नाइट वॉचमैन में डबल सेंचुरी तो ऑलरेडी मारी है।
देखिए, ऐसा है कि एक किसी को कोई पूछे यहां पर कि गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री कौन हैं, आप लोग तो खैर बहुत इंडिया टुडे के रीडर्स हैं, पढ़ते हैं, हुए हैं, पर बाहर निकल के आप पूछेंगे तो 70% लोगों को यह जवाब मिलेगा मुख्यमंत्री कौन है, वो 1 मिनट सोचने के बाद जवाब देंगे। ये सिचुएशन अच्छी है कि खराब है? मेरे हिसाब से ये सिचुएशन बहुत अच्छी है। इस देश में अब व्यक्तियों का महत्व नहीं है, पार्टी और पॉलिसी का महत्व हो गया है। इसलिए कभी कोई पटेल साहब वहां के मुख्यमंत्री बन जाते हैं, कभी कोई यहां पर गुप्ता जी यहां की मुख्यमंत्री बन जाती है दिल्ली की, पर जो भी बना है उसको हटाने की जरूरत नहीं आई है। उसने अच्छी तरह से काम किया। कोई भी आदमी से पूछ लीजिए गुजरात अच्छा चल रहा है कि नहीं चल रहा है, मध्य प्रदेश अच्छा चल रहा है कि नहीं चल रहा है। खाली पॉलिटिक्स खत्म हो गई और रात को फोन की घंटी बजेगी और कहेगा सुबह रिजाइन कर देने, वो धमकियां और डर का वातावरण खत्म हो गया। इसी लोग जम के काम कर रहे हैं। रेखा गुप्ता जी भी बहुत अच्छा काम करेंगी। सी इज ए ग्राउंड लीडर। वो विद्यार्थी परिषद से ऊपर आई हैं, आरएसएस की स्वयंसेवक रही हुई हैं और इसके लिए बहुत ऑनेस्टी के साथ में दिल्ली को आगे बढ़ाएंगे। मैं दिल्ली में एक और लेडी को इस बात के लिए बधाई देना चाहता हूं कि दिल्ली आज जो है वो मेरी अपोजिशन पार्टी की है, फिर भी शीला दीक्षित जी ने एशियन गेम्स के समय बहुत अच्छा काम किया था और मुझे लगता है कि रेखा गुप्ता जी उस लाइन को भी तोड़ के और ज़्यादा अच्छा काम दिल्ली के अंदर करेंगी। जितना आपको बम्बई की सड़कों पे घूमने को मज़ा आ रहा है, थोड़े दिनों के बाद में आप वापस कहोगे कि अभी मेरे को बहुत दिन आपने बम्बई में रख दिया, अभी मेरे को वापस दिल्ली जाने दो।
आप ग्रुप में डायरेक्टली नहीं इन्वॉल्व है, बट क्या ग्रुप दिल्ली एनसीआर में या दिल्ली में अब इन्वेस्ट करने की सोचेगा, क्योंकि वहां इतना बड़ा बदलाव आया है अब?
मेरा इन्वेस्टमेंट केवल इतना है कि मेरे पार्टी के लोगों की डायरी के अंदर मेरे नंबर कैसे बढ़ सके, इसके अलावा मुझे आज की डेट में और कोई चीज में इंटरेस्ट नहीं है।
चलिए, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद लोधा जी, आपने समय भी निकाला और संयम भी दिखाया और इतने सारे प्रश्नों का उत्तर दिया। मैं आपका बहुत बहुत आभारी हूं। बिजनेस टुडे और इंडिया टुडे समूह की तरफ से आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen, two stalwarts on the stage, and of course, our very own stalwart, Mr. Zarabi, who has been leading these conversations. लोधा साहब ने हमें अपने शब्दों से प्रेरणा भी दी है, हंसाया भी है और मुंबई वालों को ये आश्वासन भी दे दिया है कि सब्र का फल मीठा होता है. So I think we are going away with some good news. Thank you very much, Siddharth. Thank you, Mr. Khara, as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, as Siddharth has already informed you, the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister was supposed to be with us today, but unfortunately he's not been able to make it because of the developments in New Delhi. But we are going to be joined by another stalwart from Maharashtra politics very, very shortly. The Honorable Speaker of the Legislative Assembly will be joining us, and of course he will be speaking to Rahul Kanwal. And right after that, we will be moving on to one of the most anticipated events of today's entire program, which of course is the Business Today Best Bank Awards. And I want to bring to your notice right now the credibility of the jury that was leading the awards this year. This of course is the 29th year of the awards, and we have had a very distinguished and privileged jury. This jury, ladies and gentlemen, was led by Shri Jayant Sinha, former chair, Standing Committee on Finance and MOS Finance, and the jury also boasted of two esteemed women leaders from the financial sector, Ms. Kalpana Morparia, former chairman of JP Morgan, South and Southeast Asia, and Ms. Alice G. Vedyan, former chairman and managing director of General Insurance Corporation of India. Their inclusion underscores the increasing influence of women in the financial industry and the importance of diverse perspectives in shaping the future of banking in India. Our other distinguished members of the jury are Shri Subhash Chandra Garg, former Finance Secretary and Secretary, Department of Economic Affairs, Union Ministry of Finance, Shri Dinesh Kumar Khara, who of course has been with us through the day today, and we're very, very grateful for his presence. He of course, as you know, is the former chairman of State Bank of India. Mr. Guneet Chadha also joined us today. He is the founder and managing director, APAC Financial Services, and former CEO of Deutsche Bank Asia Pacific. Shri A.P. Hota, former MD and CEO, National Payments Corporation of India, was also a member of our distinguished jury that evaluated and decided on the awards across multiple categories, including Bank of the Year, Lifetime Achievement Award, Best Bank in Innovation, and Best Bank in Talent and Workforce. Business Today, of course, ladies and gentlemen, continues its legacy of excellence and authoritative coverage in the financial sector, celebrating the top performers across India's banking, financial services, and NBFC landscape. So we truly are looking forward to the awards ceremony, and I do see some action happening outside, which tells me that we will be joined by the Honorable Speaker of the Maharashtra Legislative Assembly very, very shortly. In fact, he is right here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's mark his presence with a huge round of applause. One of the most impactful and articulate politicians from the state of Maharashtra. A very warm welcome. Sir, can I request you to kindly join us on stage? And of course, Rahul Kaval, News Director, TVTN, and Executive Director, Business Today, will be leading the conversation with Mr. Narvekar. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much.
I usually stay in Delhi, and typically most Delhiites think that infrastructure is much better in Delhi than it is in Maharashtra, particularly in Mumbai. Of late, there's been a slight change where there is some urban infrastructure now visible in Mumbai, whereas for the last few years, Delhi has been languishing. To talk, before we get to the awards, which is why you're all here, a bit about the Maharashtra development story and what to expect over the next 5 years. We're delighted to be joined at the Business Today Best Banks by one of the most prominent politicians in the state of Maharashtra, the State Assembly Speaker, Rahul Narvekar. Can we have a warm round of applause, please? Rahulji, outside of what has already been achieved, do you want to give everyone sitting here a ringside view of the key projects and the key vision that you hope to be able to implement in the next several months in terms of making Mumbai and Maharashtra better than it is at this moment?
Well, a very good evening to the August gathering present here. Apologies for being a little late here this evening. But while Rahul talks about bettering the infrastructure, I can assure you in the next 2 years, there'll be no politician who'll be late to attend a function. So, having said that, I think infrastructure plays a major role in the development of a country, region, state or city. I think it's the key to the growth engine of any economy, and we have recognized this right since the beginning. I do agree that the national capital at one point of time certainly had an advantage with regards to the infrastructure. Having said that, we in Maharashtra have not left this to the national capital only. If you see Maharashtra, we can see the longest sea bridge being constructed between Navi Mumbai and Mumbai, which cuts short the travel distance between Mumbai city to Panvel, which used to take at least 2 hours, to flat 20 to 25 minutes. We have constructed the marvelous game changer Samruddhi Highway between Nagpur to Mumbai, the coastal road which extends from South Mumbai Marine Drive to Bandra and which will be carried forward to Versova in the next couple of years, is also a game changer for the city. This is not just restricted to the road infrastructure, but if you look at we've got the largest underground metro network in the world today underway. So, you know, these are things which are changing the dynamics of the city. These are things which is attracting good foreign investment into the state. We just had our Honorable Chief Minister who visited Davos, where Maharashtra got investments worth 16 lakh crore rupees. And it was certainly the talk of the town in Davos, where everyone wanted to interact with the delegation from Maharashtra. So I think these infrastructural development projects are certainly making Maharashtra a more preferred destination for investments as well.
You know, one of the other things that's been kind of buzzing around this new government, and I'm wondering what your take on it is that because of the sheer numbers that you've got, that has created its own dynamic in terms of adjustment between the alliances. There's so much conversation about whether this internal bickering holds back Maharashtra's infrastructure and development story, that आपको ज़रूरत से ज़्यादा मिस लिया इसलिए अब extra लड़ाई हो रही है.
I think numbers can work both ways. It can either make you very comfortable or it can really make you uncomfortable. So it's the way you perceive it, whether you see the glass half empty or half full. I think the government of the day is one of the most stable governments that we've had in the last couple of decades. The numbers that the alliance partners together hold, of course, there's an overwhelming majority which the state has not seen in the last 2 decades. The single largest party is very close to a full majority by themselves as well. Having known of this reality, we still respect the alliance partners. Everyone's working together. And I think this is good for the state when there are different people working together, when there are more than one party working together. There obviously will be some differences, but that does not mean there is any kind of cause for concern in the alliance.
You know, so much is said about Maharashtra losing out to Gujarat. I think Tesla is the big catch at this moment in terms of whether Tesla goes to Maharashtra, Mumbai, Tamil Nadu or Gujarat. And the fact that the opposition, particularly in the elections you saw, made so much heavy weather of the charge that Maharashtra is losing out because it's just seen as being safer to invest in Gujarat.
Well, if you see historically, Maharashtra has been the #1 investment destination in India for any FDI or other investments from this country, domestic investments. Over the last 6-7 decades, other states have also caught up and they've made the atmosphere competitive. But that does not mean that Maharashtra has lost its edge. We are still the most industrialized state in the country. We have the strongest economy in the country. Our GDP is one of the top ones in the country, SGDP, I'm sorry. So there is no reason to, there are states which are doing well, which weren't doing well in the past, but that does not mean that Maharashtra has lost its competitive edge. In fact, our geographical position, our cultural position, our infrastructural position gives us an advantage over the rest of the country. And I think the government of the day is working hard enough to ensure that we continue this trend. With regards to the propaganda that we have lost out to Gujarat on a few occasions or a few opportunities, to some extent this could be true, and this has been explained that there were a couple of opportunities which perhaps the previous government could have capitalized, but they could not. There was a lot of time spent in decision making, and therefore there were a few opportunities which we may have lost. But let me assure you that the position that Maharashtra occupies today, there's a lot to come, and there are better days in store for Maharashtra.
Piछली government भी तो आप ही की थी. You're saying the last government lost out on opportunities. That also ironically was a government which you were a part.
The last government which wasn't in continuation. So prior to 2022. So these opportunities which you're talking about, may it be the Tesla or the other couple of opportunities, they were in the pipeline prior to 2022. And by the time there was a change of guard, we had already lost those opportunities.
So we're currently in Mumbai, and I know this government has very grand plans for the MMR region. Do you want to talk a bit about your special efforts over there in terms of what to expect and the kind of timelines that you have in mind?
So we have a very ambitious port coming up at the Vadhavan port, which is in Palghar district. Honorable Prime Minister has already spoken, and the entire country is looking forward to the development of this port. It's going to be one of the largest ports in the country.
With that, we have our new international airport coming up in Mumbai, which is again going to be one of the largest airports in the country. So these are major projects which are going to boost the economy of Maharashtra. We are also very optimistic about the fintech capital that we would see in Maharashtra itself in the times to come. The center has recognized the capabilities and the spirit of Maharashtra, and we are receiving good response, which will definitely work as a catalyst to our development plans.
You know, so outside of infrastructure and before we get to the awards, I've always been curious because most people, whether it's Somnath Chatterjee and going back Indrajit Gupta and so many others, become speaker towards the end of their political career. आपको नहीं लगता कि बहुत जल्दी बन गए speaker? You become class monitor when this is the age as a politician for you to be having fun on the treasury benches. They've made you the class monitor.
Well, I can only say, without my statement being misunderstood politically, I think I belong to a party which stands for party with a difference. They have always promoted the youth. They have always promoted talent. They have always promoted merit. And therefore, whatever opportunity is given is welcome, one. And number two, I always believe in looking at the glass half full rather than half empty. I've got several examples where speakers have become the chief of executives in a lot of states. So there's a lot to see ahead.
So you're throwing your tolia for whatever it is to follow. You're saying this is not the peak, this is not the climax.
No, I think this is the beginning. No, and see, when you occupy a constitutional post and more so as the speaker of the state, it opens your outlook. You can look at many other, you can look at perhaps the working of the state. You get a bird's eye view because you can watch the opposition work, you can watch the ruling benches work, you can see how every department works. If you're a minister, you can perhaps restrict yourself to a particular portfolio. Though we believe in collective responsibility of the cabinet, but I think the speaker's post is a very, very important, crucial post for the development of parliamentary democracy, and therefore age is certainly not a criteria for occupying this position. And at the same time, experience, of course, is very, very important, but should not be the only factor when you decide a candidate for this post.
You know, and before I wrap up, you're at this moment a rising star in the BJP. Before this, you've been in multiple parties. For those looking at politics from the outside, what differences do you notice from being within, say, a Shiv Sena, being within an NCP, and being now a key part of the BJP in Maharashtra?
Well, I think Bharatiya Janata Party is a professional political outfit where merit matters. It's certainly not dynasty driven. It's opportunity for merit, and that's how Bharatiya Janata Party stands out. And like every person who wants to see a better India, every person who wants to see a developed India, every person who wants to see a $5 trillion economy India needs to be a part of that change. Like Mahatma Gandhi said, be the change you want to see. So if you want to see this change, you need to be a part of it.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Navrekar, for being here, for being the chief guest to give away the awards at the Business Today Best Bank Awards. We're delighted to have you. Can we have a warm round of applause for Mr. Rahul
Pleasure.
Navrekar?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Narvekar, for sharing your thoughts with us today and giving us a picture of what Mumbai can look like. Thank you, and thank you very much to Rahul as well. Ladies and gentlemen, so we begin with the 29th edition of the Business Today Best Banks Awards. And as I have told you, they are based on a thorough evaluation process that incorporates both quantitative and qualitative factors. Before we start the awards, I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Manoj Kumar Vijay, Office Managing Partner, Mumbai, and Head Risk Advisory KPMG in India, to quickly take us through the methodology of the awards. A very warm welcome.
respected speaker, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's yet another year for us as KPMG to partner with BT, and this is more than 20 years of partnership which we have always, really recognized, and we believe we are very proud of this partnership. Just to give you a quick snapshot of how we have approached this whole quantitative and qualitative analysis. As every year, we actually have a very stringent process. Our methodology is different from rest of the processes because we try and keep in the quantitative analysis very, very minimal judgment actually. Hardly any judgment is involved, purely on the data the financial statements throw up. And we also consider banks of a certain category in one category, large banks, medium-sized banks, divided into a lakh and a crore, lakh crore above, 5 lakh crore above. So there is a kind of competitive kind of a situation in each category. For each of these banking sector awards that we have also over a period evolved our parameters we use. The growth, the scale and size are the three big kind of parameters which we have, within which actually we have more than 30 plus sub-parameters which we have tried to also keep, brushing it up every year depending on the way the economy is moving as well. So we take very big pride in the way our methodology is developed, and we have evolved in adding a new parameters as well as we have progressed. So that's the quantitative part of the awards that we have. And we have also added over the period NBFCs, and last few years you would have seen NBFCs also is being part of the analysis. The ranking ratings are all published in the BT magazine that you've seen. But what is important is the qualitative analysis as well. A number of hours are spent on the qualitative analysis as well. We seek data from the respective banks, NBFCs and fintech companies. We have done a lot of analysis of that data. We independently also look at various parameters to make sure that whatever data is submitted by the respective banks, there is a authenticity with which they have arrived at those kind of data points. That data is presented to the eminent jury which the speaker just talked about. We had a very eminent jury. We had discussions with the jury on the data. So quantitative plus qualitative has led to a very good mix what the jury has factored in, and the final awards are decided by the jury, and that's how the awards come in. We have various categories in banks, in NBFCs and fintechs, which have already been mentioned about, but primarily it's all about innovation, it's all about talent, it's also about the size, scale, and we also have the largest bank that we recognize every year. That is putting together whatever we do actually with rest of the data. So we are once again extremely proud, and congratulations to the winners in advance, and look forward to the award ceremony on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vijay. Of course, as you said, this has been a wonderful partnership between KPMG and Business Today. As we begin with the award ceremony, it is my honor once again to invite Shri Narvekar to kindly join us on the stage for the felicitation ceremony. I'd also like to invite back on stage Mr. Rahul Kaval, News Director, TVTN, and Executive Director, Business Today, Mr. Alok Nair, COO, Business Today, and once again, I'd like you to join us back on stage, Mr. Manoj Kumar Vijay, Office Managing Partner, Mumbai, and Head Risk Advisory, KPMG. Our first category, ladies and gentlemen, is Best Fintechs in Payments, Value-Added Services, and Lending. These are the jury awards, and the first category, in fact, ladies and gentlemen, are the category awards in innovation, fintech initiatives, and talent and workforce for banks and NBFCs. And these are the jury awards. The first category is the Best NBFC in Innovation. The award goes to Aditya Birla Capital. Congratulations to the team, and requesting Vijay Deshwal, Chief Strategy Officer and Head of Investor Relations at Aditya Birla Capital, to join us. A sharp customer-first focus has helped this NBFC gain a sounder and deeper understanding of customer profiles. Generous clapping is definitely encouraged. Thank you very much. We move on to the category of Best NBFC in Talent and Workforce. And this award goes to Mahindra Finance. We welcome Raul Rebello, MD and CEO, Mahindra Finance, and Manish Sinha, CHRO from Mahindra Finance, to please join us to receive the award. Learning and development is at the core for this NBFC, with the biggest investment going into its employees. Congratulations to the team from Mahindra Finance. We move now to the Best Bank in Innovation, and this award goes to State Bank of India. We welcome on stage Atul Kumar Jha, General Manager, SBI. Congratulations, sir. The SBI DigiGov platform in FY24 processed over 10 million transactions totaling 43,000 crore rupees. It's a big achievement, and congratulations to SBI. Next award in this category is the Best Bank in Talent and Workforce, and the award goes to Axis Bank, requesting Raj Kamal Vempati, President and Head HR, Axis Bank, to please join us to receive the award for Best Bank in Talent and Workforce. Thinking out of the box has helped in the process of talent recruitment. Short duration courses means a more robust pipeline and a higher proportion of women in the workforce. Congratulations to Axis Bank. We now move to the Best Fintechs in Payments, Value-Added Services and Lending. These are also the jury awards. The first category here is Best Fintech in Payments, and the winner is MobiKwik. Requesting Upasana Thakur, co-founder and CFO of MobiKwik, to please receive the award. Pocket UPI is an innovation that has transformed digital payments and given it a 24% market share. Let's have a round of applause, please, for MobiKwik. We're talking about the Best Fintech in Value-Added Services next, and the winner is Jokata. I'm pleased to welcome on stage Prashant Muddu, MD and CEO of Jokata. This Hyderabad-headquartered fintech firm, by empowering financial institutions, has achieved a 60% reduction in loan processing costs. We now move on to Best Fintech in Lending, and this award goes to Oxizo of Business, requesting Avinash Dubey, Business Head Oxizo, to please join us on stage to receive the honor. With a sharp focus on SMEs, this fintech unicorn intends to maintain a 30% growth in its assets under management, catering to over 5,000 SMEs. Its average ticket size is 2.5 crore rupees. Let's welcome the team with applause. Those were the first two sets of awards, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to thank you, Mr. Nair and Mr. Vijay, for being on stage. Kindly take your seats. For the next set of awards, I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Siddharth Zarabi, Editor, Business Today, and Mr. Parag Bise, Executive Director and CEO, Nucleus Software. Please join us on stage as we begin with the next categories. Next, we're moving on to the BT-KPMG quantitative non-jury winners, ladies and gentlemen. The first category under this set is the best small finance bank, and the winner is Ujjivan Small Finance Bank. Requesting Rajiv Pawar, Head of Treasury at Ujjivan Small Finance Bank, to join us to receive the award. The secret sauce here comes from a combination of factors including improved recoveries, reduced credit costs, and effective cost management. A round of applause for the winners, Ujjivan Small Finance Bank. The next category is the best small bank, and the award goes to Karur Vaisya Bank. Welcoming the team from Karur Vaisya Bank, B. Ramesh Babu, MD and CEO of the bank. Welcome, sir, and congratulations. In the ultra-competitive retail and MSME segments, this bank has focused on CASA deposits. The plan is to up it on digital lending and providing funding solutions. We now have the award for Best Mid-Size Bank, and the award, ladies and gentlemen, goes to Bank of Maharashtra. Congratulations to the team. Requesting Girish Mohan Rao Thorat, GM and Zonal Manager, Bank of Maharashtra, to please join us and receive the award. A most impressive turnaround from a scenario of bad loans to becoming one of the most efficient public sector banks stands out for this bank. Central to this Mahaparivartan is a complete digital transformation using robotic process automation and AI-powered solutions. We now move on to the best large foreign bank, and this award goes to JP Morgan. A huge round of applause as I welcome Mr. Pranav Chavda, CEO, JP Morgan Bank Chase India. Welcome, sir. A clear focus on the wholesale segment, and within that, this foreign bank wants to get it right on mid-cap firms, those in the new economy, and also companies working on energy transition. The next award is the best large NBFC, and this award goes to Bajaj Finance. Congratulations to the team. Requesting Nitish Asthana, President Payments, Bajaj Finance, to please join us to receive the award. In less than 2 decades, this NBFC's product lines have grown from 4 to 26, loan dispersals from 1 million to 36 million. A round of applause, please, for the best large NBFC. We're talking about the next award, the best large Indian bank, and the award goes to ICICI Bank. Requesting Sandeep Batra, Executive Director, ICICI Bank, to kindly join us to receive the award. Size, of course, does not come in the way of this entity. Thank you, Mr. Bise, for being with us for this set of awards. Kindly take your seats, sir. I request all the other presenters to kindly remain on stage, as I'd like to invite Vishnu R. Dusad, MD and co-founder, Nucleus Software, to kindly join us for our final awards of the night. I think we can do better with the applause as our presenters join in. And we have the 2 big awards of the night, ladies and gentlemen. The Lifetime Achievement Award. The winner is Dinesh Kumar Khara, former chairman, SBI. asset quality has defined his tenure at SBI. It did
This
pay
is
off.
a very special moment. Can I request Khara Saab to say a few words as all of us, can we have a very warm round of applause for this special winner and in this special category.
Thank you very much. First of all, I remember the moment when it was being debated, discussed. I felt little embarrassed because the kind of data, etc., which was there, I immediately decided to step out. But yes, of course, it took no time, perhaps, and I was called within 2 minutes' time by Mr. Jayant Sinha that it was no-brainer. Let me acknowledge that, I believed very simple things, and I always communicated to my team also in a very simpler way how we can do well. And my funda was that customer centricity, operating leverage, and financial leverage. These three things only I always focused. It was understood by, we have got a very large network of branches, 22,500 plus branches, and huge network of distribution channels. But then people actually came along, they acknowledged my confidence in them, and the bank has turned out to be a entity which is actually now beating in terms of the profitability as compared to many other banks and non-banks also. And now the bank is aiming to earn 1 trillion profit a year. That is what they are really aiming for, and I am quite confident that they can do it. Thank you very much once again to India Today and to the jury members for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. You have indeed shown the way to the Indian banking sector. Thank you very much for being part of the jury and for being here with us at Business Today. Ladies and gentlemen, the final award of the night, and we want huge applause for this one, the Bank of the Year award, which goes to ICICI Bank. We welcome back Mr. Sandeep Batra, Executive Director of ICICI Bank, to receive this honor. The thrust is on efforts and responsibilities rather than an obsession with results. With that kind of an approach, including the one bank, one team strategy, the objective has been to make products simpler to understand, decongest processes, and shun hard selling. It's truly paying off.
We won't let Sandeep go without saying a few words, because ICICI Bank is a very famous brand but very reticent with its words. So Sandeep, we have you here with us. Go ahead.
Got me. No, thank you. I just want to thank the jury and KPMG in Business Today for this honor. I think ICICI, as you said, is a 70 years old brand. We owe a lot to our predecessors and all the employees. I think every responsibility or every honor just enhances responsibility. So cognizant of that, and thank you so much for the honor, sir.
Thank you, sir, for being here, and congratulations again to the entire team. If I can, in fact, request you, sir, to kindly remain on stage. Mr. Batra, if I can call you back on stage, and all the other winners, please, to please join us on stage for the photograph of the night, isn't it? A group photo with all our winners at the BT Best Banks Awards. This, ladies and gentlemen, indeed is the photograph of the night. What a moment, marking the BT Banking and Economy Summit and the Best Banks Awards. All our winners on one platform. Thank you very much to all our presenters. Congratulations once again to all our winners. And once again, our huge thanks to all our partners, banking and tech innovation partner, Nucleus Software, knowledge partner, KPMG, and hospitality partner, Sofitel Mumbai, BKC. That wraps up the awards tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being a wonderful and engaged audience. We invite you now for cocktails and dinner. Good night and thank you.